G'day everybody, and welcome to some Space Engineers ridiculousness that I I was thinking of doing after my trip away and utilizing certain construction videos to entertain my son on the flight. And I was kind of thinking it'd be pretty cool if I could make something in Space Engineers that would entertain him in a similar way. But if, you know, because I save screen time, things like that, for when we really need it. Like on a flight where a toddler does not want to sit still for 3 hours, especially when you're sitting on the tarmac for an hour before you even take off. So, you know, it's kind of handy having 2-hour-long videos of excavators working or garbage trucks doing their thing. And because he's obsessed with garbage trucks, it kind of made me think, I wonder if I can do this in Space Engineers and make it work. Now the scale is going to be all weird because the garbage truck style of thing that I want to make is this. Which is roughly what shows up at our place every week and which he loves watching. Now to use that style of bin, I'm going to need a hinge to be the lid part. So the scale is not going to be at engineer scale. As you can see, the arm is relatively complex as well. So that's going to need a whole bunch of extra detail to it too. And the reason I was thinking of doing some mucking around in Space Engineers is because I was expecting when I was up early because I was like, oh, Keen's got an announcement. I kind of want to be up for that, and I want to do some. I'll be in a Space Engineers mood. Yes, I have seen their teaser. In fact, I've even done this and had the teaser ready to look at the start of the stream. Because I wanted to be able to have a bit of a closer look, so because I was interested, obviously. There are some cool looking things in this, actually. The bit that's I'm interested in first is a couple of things I wanted to point out that I saw in it. Where is it? I think this is the best shot for it. There we go. If I bring up the zoom, we can do this. Yes, we still have small cargo, apparently. Small conveyors. This cargo box also does not seem to be the same scale. Oops. As this cargo box. They seem to be 1 or 2 25-centimeter blocks difference in size. See? Different. They're not the same. This one, that section there looks to be about the same size as that port, which makes me think they can interact on another face that we can't see. Do I think this is future SE or SE2? Well, doesn't it? I think it says VRage 3 in the teaser somewhere, doesn't it? At the end? Yeah. Powered by VRage 3. If it's a completely new engine, and since Space Engineers is not an MMO, and the only game I can think of that released an update and did it okay with a completely reworked engine was Eve, I'd say it's going to be a sequel, isn't it? They've got to make more money off it to make the engine worth developing. Because they need to, it needs to be able to sell for a proper price, doesn't it? It's satisfactory, switch to Unreal 5. Yeah. Unreal 4 to Unreal 5, the only one that I was familiar with was Arc. And, well, I mean, yeah. They certainly didn't stuff up with their messaging around that, did they? Also, that's an assembler, right? It says it right there. I wonder if those parts are going to move. Even if it's not an animation of what's actually being built, if there's just like bright sparks or some sort of thing that looks like 3D printing but super fancy, that'd be really cool. Thanks, Sisu, and thank you, Gore. Thanks for 18 months, Sisu, and 21 months. Gore, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think you can see a refinery in a later shot. I've got the zoom up, I may as well do that. Interesting air vent on the left. I think that's a door, isn't it? It looks like some sort of door. Although, what's with the space underneath it? It's something. I don't know what it is. There's text under the red light. Yeah, I can't make out that text. I wonder if we move forward any frames, whether it becomes clearer. Oh, it's a gyroscope. There we go. This video is from Keen's own Space Engineers YouTube channel. Go watch it there. Some of the comments are funny. So, all jokes aside about me and having woken up early for another teaser video, I am genuinely excited for whatever this is. Whatever Keen are doing with VRage 3 is something that I am genuinely interested in and I'm genuinely excited for, because it's no exaggeration to say that Space Engineers changed my whole life in really positive ways. But yeah, I presume this is glass, and inside we can see the gyroscope. But we just can't see it from this angle. Yeah, and going a few frames further forward doesn't help. Oops, that is not the shortcut I thought it was. Oops. Let me drop the link for those who want it. Oh yeah, Elsie just did it. Never mind. Always beat me to that, Elsie. So yeah, here's it with sound. Yeah, we'll just watch it through. Why not?
We have arrived. 10,000 years.
Oh, probably help if I had volume.
We left behind everything we knew. We have arrived. 10,000
We zoom in on the engineer's face. Sure.
We left behind everything we knew. Our world, our people, our past. Cryosleep has kept us preserved, but the universe has moved on without us. What does Earth become? Does it even remember us, or exist at all? Here in the Almagist system, we stand alone. It is up to us to decide if the sacrifice was worth it.
There we go.
Build Almagist together, a new arm of humanity.
So, next week, expect me to do more Space Engineers nonsense with whatever the announcement ends up being. Anyway, let's go back to VLC so I can use Clever's fancy zoom features. Zoom. Zoom. The helmet's a lot smaller. There's a lot less space around his head than in the current version. Yeah, new face. I wonder if we'll get more than one face. The nose looks still very Space Engineers, though. Oh yeah, there are two engineers in this. To my mind, it looks like the way the engineers are standing. I could very much. So, here's what I picture when I see this silhouette. I see an orange engineer facing away from the camera, waving with their left hand, and the grey engineer just waiting for him to figure it out on the left. This one, the grey engineer just waiting behind him, just going, oh, come on, look to the camera. That's what I see. But yeah, it's also looks like it's two different body types, but one of them is perspective shrunk behind the other. Where was the other bit? There's a refinery block shown off that's given a fairly decent bit of screen time, which I hadn't looked at closely yet. I'm glad you liked that, Drew. How do I... No, I can't do a thing. Where is it? This is interesting, though. I noticed that the jetpack on the engineer's red, yet blue in the other points. Does it just go red when it's in use, or is it always red? Because if so, does that mean that these are gonna shine bright when they're being used? Conspiracy theory. Splitsy knows far more than what he says and wanted the announcement to just spill the beans. Tidcho, just go watch the first series of Light Echoes and you'll see I'm not that good an actor. There's no way I'd be able to risk doing this because I wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't be believable. The refinery looks smaller. It does. It looks like it's three. I think design language wise, we're probably going to stick with this 3 large grid blocks tall. At least while we've got windows that are clearly still done in the large grid 2.5 by 2.5 meter scale. Because it looks like there's still 2 block sizes that you can build with, but that they aren't in separate grid types. It's more of a design decision. Because we've got these large grid blocks, and then we've got small grid versions. Which I think is going to take a bit of getting used to for a lot of us. But yeah, the refinery looks 2 by 2 by 3 rather than 2 by 2 by 4. But that 2 by 2 by 3, I think, with the added detail that they've, would even probably work in SE as it is. Yeah, 10 by 10 by 15 if you want to look at it that way. Thanks, Demonic. And Orion, thank you for the Prime subs. And thanks, Redbeard. Thank you for 33 months. You make a fair point on Creative Dragon, but I mean, come on. Consistency with thruster types has never been a thing. Oh. I just had a thought. Does this mean the replay tool is already in their alpha build? And Zock's being made to sit down and spend hours with the replay tool again? Man, I remember using that for survival, maybe. Oh, the pain. It was worth it for the shots I got, but oof. That other got MP working well out the door. I would hope that since so one of the things I've been thinking about with like since they started looking at VRage, started showing anything of VRage 3, was I wonder what lessons Keen have taken from Space Engineers and from its development and where it's ended up compared to where they originally saw it, that they've been able to apply in useful ways towards VRage 3 and its development. Because there are plenty of areas that they just wouldn't have even conceived of when they first started designing Space Engineers, which are now much, much clearer. But what I wanted to point out on the refinery were these two things, which I can probably zoom into even more. I'm assuming that's a yield symbol or a speed, because it's got a little symbol that looks like a speedometer, and that's got a power symbol. So are these upgrade ports or are these status indicators? And if they're this small, is that a separate system we can interact with rather than just slapping a block on like we can in SE, or is it something else? Yeah, the yellow highlight is very much part of the Space Engineer's design language, that a yellow highlight around a thing means interactable in some way. Interactive or functional in some way. If it has a yellow highlight, it's something you're meant to pay attention to. And they've been really strict with that design language in Space Engineers. So I presume they've followed that same design language, because I remember reading something years ago when Marek was coming back to focus. He briefly came back to focus more on Space Engineers, and one of the things that he apparently said was something around bringing back the core design language of Space Engineers. And I get the impression that one thing Keen have stuck to is things like that design language. Yeah, it looks like a cable port or something like that, which makes me wonder, is there a separate, is there a junction or a conveyor type system that we connect to that then has upgrade modules that we put somewhere else? Or upgrade big blocks like this that we have to connect to it via cabling like that? Because I know a lot of people have talked about, oh, they'd love to have cabling in Space Engineers like we have in Stationeers. And to be honest, I don't share that feeling. I don't want to cable my things in Space Engineers. I want Space Engineers to be easy enough that I can build cool stuff without a huge amount of work. I want it to be doable relatively quickly, but then you can finesse it with other stuff later. So I don't want to have to cable up everything. Oh, that's a fair point, right, Adrian? The kitchen block does have a couple of yellow bits on it that aren't interactable. That is true. Some of the DLC decorative bits. That's a good point. I had forgotten about those. And I've fallen for those, actually. Because their design language had been consistent prior to those, I have fallen for those thinking, oh, is this a little is this a little like the lockers? This is a little cargo thing that I can interact with, and it wasn't. Some new hinge there under the walkway. I mean, that's a landing gear. Which I presume looks like that. Because they've just imported they've put something very Wait, no, that's not standard SE. That's not even, huh? Because the connection point's at one end of it. Weird. if this landing gear has no moving parts in it, we're in for another many years of why does the landing gear look like it moves and it can't? Also, this is something I wanted to point out. I can't tell if this has been done with blocks or with letters. As in a block that is, like, as in a single block is an N, a single block is the A. I hope that we get letters that can be done with a single... I know they showed off the, like, copier blueprint of it, but I don't want to have to make my own blueprints of all the letters of the alphabet. I would like it if they were built in, as well as having the option to do this out of blocks. These look to be tiny grid block letters, but it made me think I like the current system for its cleanliness and simplicity. It would be nice if you had both options. Who is Napier? Calzamar, 25 centimeters is 10 inches, because 1 inch is 2.5 is 25.4 millimeters. Roughly. For those who measure their temperatures in refrigerators and their units of time in washing machines. Yeah. I figured we'd be talking about this a little bit today, so that's why I wanted to play Space Engineers. I have been mucking around in my Stationeers save this week as well. One thing I was thinking of earlier as I was watching... Where's the best shot? I reckon it's the one where they're walking along here. Where is it? No, this one will do. The backpack's still huge. You use the standard banana. Thank you very much. Ah, yes, I know the standard banana. I'm familiar with the standard banana. Hang on a sec. I'm just loading up something on my NAS. One moment, please, and I will show you the standard banana. I introduce you to the Banana-mobile. The standard banana. 144 wheels per wheel. This thing can cover any terrain. Trees, no problem. Thanks, Jay Moran. Thanks for the prime sub. No problem. This is the monster truck of all monster trucks. Man, this thing was so much fun to build. 20 meters per Definitely would not build something like this in survival mode. Be able to keep up with all these physics operations. The banana spinners are the icing on the cake. Yeah, the banana spinners had to be done. It had to be. Like, you can't have a banana mobile without banana spinners. There we go. This shot is the one I was looking for. The backpack. Our backpacks are still big. Also, as someone who has multiple times thought about what it'd be like to make a space engineer's suit to wear at PAX, this helmet at least looks like it might be weirdly easier to make. Because it doesn't look, because scale-wise, it's closer in scale to like a skydiving helmet with extra details on it. Motorbike helmets are a very different shape. Jockton, because I've got some old motorbike helmets, and I've looked at them and been like, yeah, there's no way to make this look like the Space Engineers one properly. No. I mean, I presume the mag boots are still the same. Like, there's no reason to change that behavior from Space Engineers if they're making a sequel. Oh, they're fake SpaceX space helmets on the market at the moment. I mean, these helmets would suit that better than the current SE ones. Because the current SE ones, the shape is, like, especially if you open it up, the head's quite small. Like, the helmet's really big. Like, obviously, it's a spacesuit. It's meant to be big because you're meant to be able to move your head inside the helmet in a spacesuit. Even though we move our head with... Our helmet moves with the head. But... I'm not a maker of things, so it seemed hard. Yeah, that's some of my thoughts on this. I have been thinking about making some sort of actual content based on what they've shown off so far, but it's hard to think of something that's interesting to say that's not pure speculation or that sort of thing, but also not really Debbie Downer. Because lots of the things that are easy to think of are like, oh, I hope they don't screw this up. Oh, I hope I don't screw this up. That sort of stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. That's not interesting to me. Introduce Space Engineers to Adam Savage. Man, if that guy ever got into playing games, yes. The stuff that would be made would be very cool. So, back to what I was going to get distracted by today, because I just couldn't think. Oh, Grammar Police, Keen have already happily let people do stuff with the files for the engineer and things like that, but printing a whole helmet needs a big printer. Love a Hawaiian shirt on planets. Otha, that's exactly the thing that Chipsticks has made. I hope for someone like Chipsticks, who's made many a character mod in Space Engineers, that any game we've got coming to us has an easier method for adding different shaped bodies, so that you can more easily have something that's actually got oops, I should have started this way. That's actually got different shaped shoulders, so that you can re-rig the skeleton in a better position for having stuff like not having your suit on. I mean, we don't know anything at this stage. We might know something next week. I started thinking about how I've felt looking at the different videos that Keen have released, and I was like, actually, I can do this. I don't need to use suspensions. I should use rotors. I started thinking about the way that a lot of these videos have made me feel, and a lot of the things that have been said around it, and I'm like, should I just let myself get excited? Should I just let myself run wild and just be like, I really want to see this, I really want to play this? Like I would have 10 years ago. Just been super, super excited. I kind of want to just let myself be happy about it. Juckton, I've played Void Crew several times. They even sponsored me for one of the streams I did. Void Crew is great. It's a great little game. Really fun. I would love to have the systems available to me in Space Engineers that would allow us to do Void Crew in Space Engineers. That would be epic. To be able to set up a Space Engineers style scenario with 4 different players having 4 separate roles that are all needed to make the ship run. That would be incredible. Like, that would be absolutely incredible. Ugh. 3x3 wheels for the bin, huh? This scale is going to be big. So, for those who weren't here right at the start, what I decided to build in Space Engineers is this. A garbage truck, which obviously starts with these garbage bins, because that's what's going to set the scale. And then I want to build that arm and make it all functional, because I want to be able to show something I've made in Space Engineers to Toby, my son, and have him get as excited as I do about building stuff. Just because fun. Thanks, Kate. Thank you for 25 months. What do you mean nearly 2 years already? 25 months is over 2 years already. I'm hoping you weren't planning on stopping at 2 years, Geek, because if you were, I'm glad you're about it, Matt. You didn't read that closely. Will the bin contain a Capac clone? Well, the bin could contain a whole bunch of plushies. So, you know. Now, on these bins, the wheels do stick out past the sides, so I think we'll just go straight up from here. Oh, I gotta find the right green. Hang on. Let's make plastic, which means we probably want weldless. And I need to have the picture up on the other side, because I need the right green. Has to be the right green. More saturationless. Actually, less saturation. Maybe a little bit that way. A bit less. And maybe that's a bit too yellow. Still seems too bright. That seems about right. Well, the plastic skin is going to add texture elements to it, which is why I need to go weldless. Because the bins don't have any texture. They're big plastic bins. This is honestly one of the stranger things I've decided to do in Space Engineers, but after the fun I had building that banana, it just feels like it makes sense. I'm just going to build this out of cubes, even though I could build it out of plate to make it have more internal space. But I think starting with cubes, since this is just setting my scale, is a better place to begin. And then once I've got a functional thing, I can always upgrade the bin at that point. I mean, yeah. The giant Easter egg, guys, and I'm trying to remember. I think Capac built the giant Easter egg. Or did I? I don't remember. I don't remember which one of us actually built that. It might have been me because it had function. But it might have been Capac because it was silly. I genuinely don't recall. Put a mini banana inside the trash can. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of funny little things I can put in there. Now, I'm trying to decide for the handle whether I do hinges. For the lid, sorry. I think I'll do hinges because I think they're a bit tidier than using rotors. No, Jockton, I don't think I can do a proper angle up the front. What I could probably do to make the front not so square, like I think I'd have to add mods to get a nice subtle angle. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. A nice subtle angle up front. What I could probably do is chop out the bottom bit and put a 2x1 slope in here. Do that maybe? Oh, actually, I think there's a model of these Sulo bins where it chops in about there. So I'll do that. I think that'll be about right. Some of your hingy ramp methods. The problem is, for something like this, you'd have to stick all the bits together from different sides because you need a side on it as well. And there'd be no way to have a neat side if you use weird hingy ramp methods. Entropy, if you want a trash bin, you'd need to go find a North American because we call them garbage bins here. Much like flashlight isn't something we use as a term in Australia, neither is trash. Danger bin, yeah. Also, thanks to space engineers, I now get confused, and I sometimes call lifts elevators because of Americanizing my speech to make it clearer for everyone. Don't worry, Crane 6. It's also a lift to me, but it's just one of these things that's just gone into my head and I can't get it out. I'm putting way too much detail into this when it's meant to be just setting my scale. Certain American games have done that to me too. Yeah, it's fine. It's a thing I obviously am going to joke about being Australian, but it's fine. It doesn't actually bother me at all. Make this one a recycling bin, so I'll make the lid yellow. Yeah, North America it's trash can and dumpster, Australia it's garbage bin and skip. I'm honestly not confident which of those it is in the UK. I think garbage bin still, but I don't know whether it's a skip bin or not. I mean, this is a wheelie bin. Or a Sulo bin, because of the brand that got its name attached to them. Yeah, wheelie bin. In New Zealand, it's a bun. Yeah, it's just a bin. But what are the big skip bins called? Or what do the Americans call them again? Already forgotten. Dumpster. Because dumpster's a brand, isn't it? I'm pretty sure dumpster's a brand. I swear dumpster is actually a brand. Yeah, it's much like Hoover for vacuums in the UK and Kleenex for tissues in the US. Dumpster is one of those. And Google for searching. Much as Google hates that because copyright nonsense that they don't want it to be. Which is why I will persist in saying it. And Zamboni for ice sweeper thingies. Yeah, that's true. True, TFE. That's a good point. Or Band-Aids for sticking plasters in Australia. What could I use that would look like a handle? Is there anything that would be small enough? Could neon tubes work? I don't think we've got the right angles. I might have to just leave it flat. Because I don't want to make this so big that it's... you know... silly. Half girder? Maybe. Can the bin fit a split seat? I think it can. Actually, hopefully it can fit an engineer. Oh yeah, it can definitely fit an engineer. I could make a very dark version of this, assuming my Capac spawner still works. And make one of these with a med bay in the bottom that's just shooting out Capacs as it gets thrown in the dump, in the garbage truck. Make it handle indent from... oh, that's a good idea. Oh my gosh. Ah, need to turn my POV so that the rotation makes sense. Yeah, it could be that sort of thing, maybe? Not sure if it makes it look better or worse. I'll have to close it and find out. Maybe. It's a pity I can't use the half ones. In fact, it does make me wonder whether for certain things later on I might want to redo the outside of the bin with half blocks. Couple of advantages doing that. One, it gets rid of the block edges. But the downside of it is that then the lid ends up like this. With those bits on it, which won't look right. Oh well. Oh, nuts, I don't have undo. It's not part of my... forgot I didn't have my creative mode set of mods on this. Yeah. That's a good point, Goba. The hinge would actually have to be a rotor because it needs to go more than 180 degrees, the lid. That's a very good point. Oh, I gotta redo the whole thing. Alright, let's fix that. That does need to happen. So we won't need a rotor on the back. Let's... Because we're not going to be able to attach it the way it's attached in real life, but we might be able to make something that looks kind of right if I do this, at least to begin with. So the bin lid needs to be able to flip all the way over and sit against the back of the garbage bin. Pop that off. Go back to yellow. Don't actually need to attach the other one, but I can set the offset here. I think we want 0 now. That to line up right. Let's see. Does that look right? Yeah, that looks spot on. Yeah, cool. When it opens, rockets shoot up, right? I mean, if you're making this in survival, sure. This is just creative mode silliness, so this is me weirdly doing a replica of something. Doing a real world build for some reason. Because I've lost my mind. But also because I really wanted just to do something silly. I wonder if the lid might look better if I do this and actually make it a full block. Even though it makes it chunkier, I think it might look better done this way, because then I've got more options. Let's rotate it up. Okay, so lower limit will be 0. And upper limit will be 270. 270? Yeah. Because it needs to go all the way over. How are you thinking about doing the handle? I wasn't sure about the handle, to be honest. I just wanted to make sure that whatever I did for the garbage truck started with this as the scale. So if we're thinking this is going to be the bin, the garbage truck will then be picking which large grid wheel size works for this size of bin, and then building the chassis out from there, and then that should give me enough small grid blocks to play with to build that whole arm mechanism. Because the arm mechanism is relatively complex. Because it's got to shoot out, it's got to grab the thing, and then bring it back in, lift it up, tip it, and shake it. Because it shakes the bin as well. Or at least the ones around here, the guy usually jostles it to shake it a bit. Although this one seems to just kind of flop it up and do it. The guys around here, I think probably what they do is they kind of make the machine go in and out just to make sure that it jiggles the last of the garbage out. Oh yeah, Corandra, you can post links. I probably should have just videoed my own one, but then I'd probably dox myself by doing that, so I was like, maybe I shouldn't. Oh, that's a problem with where the rotors are. Can't put a full block there. Yeah. Last door block time. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Let's see how badly blast door blocks fit here. I think they're going to be wrong. Where even are they in now? In fact, blast door blocks look alright for handles. Yeah, I don't think blast door blocks are going to work here. It really is an unusual streaming day when technical drawings of garbage bins are being posted. There we go. Technical drawing of garbage bin. I'll put that up on the other screen and see if it helps. As I'm pretty much just doing this from memory rather than actually anything serious. I find sometimes with these things, the technical drawings are helpful initially, and then you really just need to forget about them. And just build from your memory, because once you're building from memory with these things, you tend to only include the details that are actually memorable. Why did that not move? Is that the other one that's detached? That's detached. Why you no move? Uh-oh. Why are you stuck? Ah, poop. Is it stuck on those bits at the bottom of the rotors? It could be. You're right. Okay. I have an idea how to make that work better. Just gotta make sure I don't drop the rotors off, so that'll be annoying. Yeah, it was definitely those bits that were pushing it out. Alright. I'll have to go with just this. That's a little bit underneath. There are going to be quite a few compromises for the sake of function here. Do I have grabby hands? Weirdly not. It hasn't made it into my default mod list yet, surprisingly. I made myself a little default mod list mod that I use for these sorts of things now. Yeah, Karandri, if what you've sent me, given it's a German website, is it looks basically identical. Like, there's enough variance within this wheelie bin design that I could, if I saw that on a street here, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. Yeah, Trax, the tethers mod being broken is so sad. I was wanting that for Wrong Way Out. I was gonna use my idea that I had originally was if we use tethers, that'd be a great way to have the small grids controlling a large grid in a way that's really not very easy to control and would require a lot of coordination between us, which, as you would all know, is always good for a laugh. But yeah, it unfortunately not a thing. I wonder if that's gonna play nice. Let's see. Yeah, it does. Until there. Yeah, Beef and Dinner, I suspected that there'd be some places in the States that would use bins like this. But they're not the sort of places that you see depicted in movies and TV show. Oops. I've just attached the whole thing. It's going to be annoying. I'm just going to quick load. No, with the Takari, with the Space Engineers trailer teaser thingy, I woke up early this morning to be excited about all that and had planned to do some Space Engineers today. So I didn't have it really ready in my head what I would do in my Stationeers world. So I decided to play Space Engineers. Yeah, I think I need an angle back here, which means I'm going to have to detach the whole thing. So what if I do this? Attach that side. Set the displacement to 0. Attach this side. I think maybe this block would work. Just to give it a little bit more of something at the back here. Then I reckon I'll probably call this finished as is. Might even replace that with a fancy rotor because the fancy rotor looks nicer. That means I need to remove all that again. Place the rotor. Nope, need more space. Place the rotor. Too many steps to replace rotors sometimes. Thanks, Thanos. Thank you for 14 months. Wow. Drago trying to make bingo for Stationeers happen even though we're not playing Stationeers. Perseus, the typical colours here in Australia, I don't know if it's everywhere, but it was the same in Tassie as it is here in New South Wales, so I think most of Australia is going to be pretty similar. Are yellow for recycling, green for green waste, and red for garbage. Or household waste. Those are out. That's why I decided to start with the recycling bin first. Plus, it's got the best color contrast. Call that landfill here in the States now. Yeah, that's makes sense. Remind people that that's where it goes. Now, looking at this, I need to do a test. I need to get grab your hands. Odds. Because I want to check if this bin can actually work. There we go. Oh, undo mod. Dang it. Now I'm going to have to reload for that too. Excuse me. Oh. Of course, the cicadas are quiet on the stream I do where I've added a new plugin to OBS to see if I can control the cicada sounds better. Of course. I was about to mention, I was suggested a plugin for OBS that I have added that might improve some of the background noise. A few people picked it up in the last Economy Only video I posted, that every now and then you'll hear a bit of static, or it sounds like electrical feedback sort of sound. Unfortunately, the cicadas are just really, 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 really loud at the moment. Like, I was doing some tests yesterday, and their sound with my shed entirely closed up, all of the things I can do for controlling sound coming in, they are as loud as when I put background music in a video. They're as loud as the peaks of that background music. So even when I was using Premiere's AI noise cancelling algorithm thingamajiggy, if I put it to a level where it was completely gone, there were other distortions that were brought into my voice because it's so loud. And that's the case even with this new plugin I've got for OBS. It still does that, but at least what I get to you guys as the stream, because obviously I can't use Premiere's one live, was not ideal for obvious reasons. Oh wait, I think a conveyor cap will look better on that. Oh, wait, I wonder if a conveyor cap could look like handles. I'm gonna put these on. I should make a match. I could just put something like that on as a handle. Did I actually forget to add undo? No, I didn't. Good. I was talking so much I forgot what I was doing. In Australia, we get cicadas, especially where I am, we get cicadas every single year. We do also have some of the ones that come out only every 7 years or so. And this year they've lined up with another group that come out every 8 years or so. I think it's that. I think those are the time gaps. So every time those two sequences line up, you get an extra loud year, and they line up every 3 to 4 years. Yeah, Doctor, I can't think of any block that would work right for this. What I was thinking might look okay for a little inset handle would be that. But I think, since this is creative mode only, let's also add a thing. Am I even subscribed to a block edge removal mod? I don't know if I am. Also, that's funny seeing... No, that's not what's funny seeing on the front page. Is it still there? Yeah, that's what's funny seeing on the front page. Block edge. All right, we'll use it. Wedges, whiplashes. Edge be gone. Good, downloaded. We'll just get rid of the edges for this. Yeah, the cicadas where I live are very common, but from what I was reading, we have both the most numerous, but also the largest, which are also the loudest ones. So, yeah. Bad from all points. So yeah. At least the plugin I've got for OBS is CPU based, not GPU based. The algorithm that it's using. So I didn't need to buy myself a new NVIDIA GPU for my stream rig to be able to run something with supposedly clever noise cancelling. Are these the bigs, the big ones, the small ones? Galactic Red Dragon, these are the sort of household size bins that you would have. Like, I've got 3 of these bins. The red one, which is the landfill one, let's call it that. It is typically the smallest one, with the green waste and recycling bins being larger. Be the standard around here. Right now, I wish there was a tiny corner piece so I could put a corner green bin in here. So it looks a bit floaty, but I guess from a distance, and I'm not going to be looking at this closely, it should be fine. Green waste is your garden waste, so your branches, your leaves, your lawn clippings if you're silly enough to take them off your lawn. Because then you have to replace all of that nitrogen that you're removing with fertilizer. That sort of stuff. And then you have to pay for that fertilizer. Can you tell that I've been reading into various things around how to better manage my lawns? In which bin would the capax go? Well, they're recycled, so the yellow bin. I hope they're recycled. Otherwise, there is one heck of a gigantic moon being formed from all the capax corpses. Alright, I think, bin-wise, this isn't too bad. The only thing I'd maybe do is looking at it whether I should slightly inset the wheel and make this a bit wider. Like, instead of having this be here, make it pop out one more block, half a block. Then it does mess with how this bit works. I do have a compost bin in my garden, yes. Because my partner and I like trying to have our own vegetable garden, which Toby also enjoys. Toby? I should probably just leave these as is for now. I think this is good enough. Stop trying to make it perfect and just be happy that this conveys the message. Alright, copy that. Let's turn on damage off. Perfect. That's how bins usually end up. Okay, so this is what I wanted to test to see if... Oh no! My grabby hands aren't strong enough. They are for the lid. But I don't think they're strong enough for me to lift the whole bin up. How hard is it for me to fix that? Saves... G. Is this the config? Ah, yes. Exoskeleton force? Jetpack force. Okay. Let's tweak this. I want to see if I can pull the bin. So let's multiply that by 10. Reach, let's go 12. Give that a try. Thanks, Sid. Thank you for the 15 months. Which I think I missed a couple minutes ago. And thank you, Scarecrow. Thank you for the Prime sub. Orbital launch wheelie bin. Yeah. A gyro in the bottom of the bin on override to prevent it from tipping. No. The bin should be able to tip over. Okay, there we go. I am now strong enough to do this. I might make it a little bit heavier at the bottom. Oh. Oh. Okay, so this is what I wanted to test. If I tilt it a little bit, can I run it along the ground? And the wheels move. Yeah, they do. No, don't somehow balance on an edge. Thank you. It's left click, right click to throw, right? Yeah, I didn't increase my throw strength. So I can't throw it any further. So we have a bin now. Looking at... where is it? Looking at the truck. The wheels we want to probably be about 2/3 the height of the bin to get a rough scale. The trucks around here are similar enough to this truck that I can use it as the model. It was just the first video I found on YouTube with garbage trucks that instantly showed me, like in the first minute, the clip that I wanted to show you guys. I can't continue the small triangle from under the rotors, because then it stops the bin lid from flipping all the way over, which it needs to. It's just a limitation, an SE limitation I've got to deal with. Make a blueprint? Yes, that's probably a good idea. Wheelie bin. There we go. You mean around the front? Yeah, handle-wise, most of ours have handles on the side, near the front, but I couldn't think of a better thing for handles. Although now that I've remodeled this, I might be able to use neons for handles. And get rid of the other bit, because I could put a handle like that on. Oh, I think that actually works better. No, there's no... ours don't have a molded in lip across the front, typically. Or at least the ones that I don't have... the ones that I have at the front of my house don't. Wait a second. I know better ways of doing this. Rename. Yes. Okay. So, let's have a look in large grid. What size wheel? 2x2? I think it is. Any bigger than that and it's going to be too big. Hey Zoriel, just joined, so why are you making a giant bin? Because I wanted to make something to entertain Toby. And he loves the garbage bin. And the guys who drive the garbage trucks around here are always really nice to, like, they always give him a big wave. And he especially loves my street because it's a dead-end street, which means that, and there's no cul-de-sac, so there's no actual turning around space for the truck. So the truck has to drive up one side, drive all the way down to the intersection near the bottom of the hill, turn around, reverse all the way back up, and do the other side. So he gets to very much enjoy that, and it also meant that the first thing he learnt as a sound for a truck was the reversing beep. Before he had any words, he would get really excited by the garbage truck coming and go beep, 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 beep. So yeah, I wanted to make something that he'd be excited by. I might need to scale the bin differently. It might be too small. I could probably stick with 2x2s and that's a really small bin, but I think it needs to be bigger. Huh. Because I think what I was imagining was that I would go with large grid 3x3 wheels. My scale. Because 3x3 wheels are much more usable. Much more user-friendly on the vehicle. Because I want the garbage truck to be able to drive properly, so it's going to need to be on proper wheel suspensions. And if I go bigger, it should actually work more nicely. If I look at the scale, will that... I'm just trying to look at the picture I've got on YouTube next to me. Would 5x5 wheels be right for the bin then? No, I think the 3x3s are still right. But the bin just needs to get about... well, no, 50%, 75% bigger. Which might give me enough room to play around with a bit more design. Alright, we can leave that aside for a moment and try and design the truck chassis around what we've kind of got an idea of now. Okay, how big does it say? So the schematic I was sent has the bin at 1 meter tall. I'm trying to think of how's the... I think our little red ones, these little red ones, I think they're about 1 meter tall. And the yellow ones are probably about 1.3. Garbage truck in the land of giants. Yeah. Hey, it's got to be scaled for building the mechanism. It was the mechanism that attracted me to this. It was, like, this whole arm mechanism just seemed like it'd be fun to design. And could be done with our new controls that we got added in the contact update. I reckon we could do that without any programming whatsoever and without needing the park script or something fancy. I think you could do that entirely with go to here and timer blocks. And I thought that'd be fun to design. You can go out and measure your scarecrow. Alright, so the next thing I want to check is whether I can build part of the chassis in large grid or whether I need to do weird shenanigans to put the big wheels on small grid suspension. So feels weird to use regular wheels. We're going to use short suspensions because I want this to fit properly. So I think it... or is this going to be something that needs to be... 2 large grid blocks wide. Does that feel right? I think that feels too narrow. I think it'd be 3. I know I'm using the same wheel, I'm just getting scale. Oh, you guys have... So, Corendry, that link you sent, that's more similar to... the type of garbage truck that's sometimes used in more densely populated areas here. When I lived in Sydney last, the area that I lived in had garbage trucks that loaded up this sort of bin, but had guys that would jump off, drag the bin, put it at the back of the truck, and then the truck lifts it from there. Because the style that you see in suburbia doesn't really work when you've got cars parked everywhere and you can't actually access the bins, so the guys on the back had to bring them to the truck. And really strange that people have so much videos of garbage trucks. Once you have a toddler, all of these videos that you see on YouTube of garbage trucks, trains, and excavation equipment, and the number of videos out there makes so much more sense. Because I think a lot of people use them as babysitters. I know my nephews used to watch a lot of trains videos. Is that about the right scale? I think I need to just find a quick image of a garbage truck. And I will do image searches off to the side of my screen. Oh, here we go. That's a good one. Perfect. It's even got the bin in it. Let's open that image in new tab. It's low res, but it'll work. There we go. That gives me decent scale. Yeah, Scarecrow, the garbage truck's due to this morning here as well. Toby will be getting very excited once he starts to hear it go up a nearby street. Yeah, exactly. They're big, bright, loud. Things are moving, keeps attention. And just for clarity, when I say these things are great for toddlers, I'm not saying that that's what their only use is. I just know that that's a very common use for them. I know, like, I found myself staring at the excavator videos while I had them up for Toby. So it's not like I'm calling anyone out if they like watching them. I'll keep that up on the side screen just to see if I got the scale right. I think I need to... Can I bring these wheels another block closer together? Will they behave? So I think they need to probably be set like that. Which means maybe an extra block. So I can make this in large grid. Which is good. So I can make the chassis in large grid and then I can mount some small grid onto this and make all of the rest of it out of small grid. You know, my dad was a pool builder, so I was fascinated by the building vehicles, and then as I got older, I got models of them. And oh my god, the day I was old enough to operate one of them. Happiest kid around. Yeah. When I was in Tasmania, traveling. That's where I went on holidays recently. And one of the places we stopped at was a honey farm that had a disused roller, road leveler, steamroller thing that it was clearly disused because the fire extinguisher on it had expired 4 years ago. And it had cobwebs and rust everywhere. But Toby was over the moon after having thrown a tantrum. And then I pointed out there was this thing over there. He was over the moon when I popped him up on the seat of it. Which is what inspired all this. I think I might have made that too long. The wheels. If we look at the wheels, it's probably, what? 3 wheel spaces? So that'd be 9 blocks. How many have I got? Oh no, I've got it spot on. Yeah, no, that's spot on. Okay. Cool. Cool. Yeah, the back are dual wheels, but this is Space Engineers. I'm not doing dual wheels. I know there are ways to do them, and because I've got damage off, I could do it, like by adding a rotor head to the suspensions and then doing the double wheels. And now that I've said it out loud, I might well end up doing that, but I don't want to. Because I kind of want to have the friction there so this thing can drive itself. Actually, can you... Now that I've said that out loud, can you add friction to those wheels? Is it the suspension block that controls friction? I kind of want to test it, but I kind of don't want to get distracted. But I kind of want to know. Has anyone done that? Does the friction change? Wheel to wheel with back-to-back magnetic plates. You probably could do that. Now I want to test that because that actually sounds like a more, an arguably more useful method. Although getting them to align, woo, that's going to be tough. I think to get that something like that to align, what you probably want to do is have the wheel set up like this when you're dropping everything in place. Oh, the landing gear won't lock there. Interesting, it's on the collider, but it won't lock. Huh, okay, so no, you can't do that. What? Well, can't even... That was weird. Didn't even grab this. When you guys ask questions that have some applicability to wide-ranging things in survival, I'm like, oh, I now want to know the answer to that question, and I'm in a position to test. It's hard to resist the distraction. Anyway, that's about the scale. Now I gotta decide how I want to do the small grid conversion to get the rest of it to fit on this. Eisen, is the small grid... Sorry, not the small grid. Is the dual wheel thing still a functional mod? Because just because there's a mod doesn't mean it's still functional. No, there's no attachment point on wheels. In vanilla. Oops, wrong way. Wheels do not have an attachment point. The suspension ones. Because they're a unique block. They are separate to what you get from these blocks. These are a different block. In fact, they even look different. Oh no, I was just looking at 5x5. They are the same model. But yeah, you used to be able to put them on the outside of wheels. There was an attachment point that you could put them on to do double wheels. Given the reliability of garbage trucks in some areas of the world, if you ever put this in a short/video, I suggested it is called collection unlikely. Majestic Dwarf, you might need to remind me of that, but that does sound like a thing that should be a thing. Okay, so if I thin this out and get rid of this bit and this bit, I believe we now have a chassis to work from. And I can add small grid too. Whoops, just did a goose. Thankfully, it's creative mode, so it's easy to fix. You still attach and detach a wheel, or only detach. I think you can do. So I think you can sort of, with build vision, do stuff like this, where you go with a, oops, with a suspension, you remove that, and then you go and drop a rotor head on it. And I think you can attach that rotor part to the wheel suspension. It's been a long while since I tried, but what I've done in the past using that method is I've used it in order to get a, let's do this. In order to get a large grid wheel onto a small grid wheel suspension. We'll see if this works. See if I can still do it. Because this is another way of potentially doing it. Yeah, there we go. It doesn't like it, but it does let you do it. Although, now I don't know how I'm going to get something to attach to the rotor head. You see why the hinges now? Yeah, yeah. See, if we now mess with the height offset, you'll see that the whole... Oh, it's added a piston head. Oh, the piston head's still on it. That's why I could attach to the sides, but not to the end. There we go. So now what you can do is go and get one of these. And then get two of these. And make sure I get it in the center. And you got a double wheel. Mounted on a suspension. Now the question I was asking before was whether this would work with changing the friction settings. And that I don't know. Thanks, Arkaville. Rotor wheels. Yep. I can see why you'd use that one. Climb's got this mod, which instead of the rotor being inset the way that it is, it puts it in the right position. So then you can just build from it. Makes sense. Arkaville, if you've used this, does changing the friction allow you to get friction out of blocks like this that typically don't have proper friction? Because that's what I wasn't sure about, and frankly, it'll take me a bit of time to test with this current setup, I think. Let's just see. Shouldn't take me too long to build it. Little four-wheel, bit of ridiculous. Been a couple of years since you used it. Ah, okay. I think it still works. We will just test it. Need a cockpit. Why not? I'm here. We're doing Space Engineer silliness. Let's do some silliness. But yeah, build vision allows you to do things with wheels that you shouldn't be able to do. And then Climb appears to have made a better, more deliberate way of doing it. From the look of that mod link. Okay. Let's make a quick group of wheels. And the group will go increase friction and decrease friction. Whoa! Wait, why is everything going backwards? It would appear I might have too much torque. Side of wheels doesn't matter. It is purely visual. So if I turn friction off, let's see what happens. Also, I'm going to turn the power down. Turning friction off just does nothing? Oh no, turning the power down's made it do nothing. Need to turn the power back up. Okay. Friction controls do not apply. Also, for those of you wondering, if I allow damage, I'm pretty sure this thing will destroy itself in no time. Huh, surprisingly, even survived that. But yeah, okay. I don't think I will use this style of wheel because it's not going to work, right? At a moment, though. Pretty sure these don't have an attachment point at all. Yeah, they don't. Unless someone's got a mod where these wheels get a new attachment point. There's double wheels are not a thing. I'll just leave that there. Cool. Good to know. We'll stick with the singles. Well, there aren't even inner wheels, Ashlord, because if you're thinking the first block after the suspension is the one that gets the friction, that's going to be the rotor head. Alright. So we've got our 3x3 wheels. Now, where shall I slap some batteries? So we're going to need some power on this thing, and I think batteries are just going to be the simplest way to do that. So I'll shove them in the back here. And what I'm thinking of is designing the arm mechanism first, and then building all of the fancy stuff around it afterwards, because then it can just fit around the arm mechanism. Thanks, Tommaso. Thank you for 38 months. Okay. Well, I'm thinking the back end should also be small grid, because the back end, if you look at this truck, the back end has its own emptying bit. So this thing can drive up to a pit, and this whole back end lifts up, tilts, and drops out all the garbage. I don't know if there's an internal compactor in there. I imagine there probably is. But we probably don't need to worry about that because we can't compress anything in Space Engineers anyway. Nitro, I had a look at the video at the start of this stream, which is why I've got it in VLC. We had a bit of a chat. Was there anything you particularly found interesting in it? Maybe you've come across something that I missed we didn't talk about earlier? Comeback mechanism is the same as the one that pushes the stuff out, I imagine. Yeah, probably true. Probably true. So yeah, it might need some sort of piston-based thing inside to ensure that everything gets pushed out. But I probably don't need to worry about that. If stuff is seen tumbling out the back when we tip it backwards and open up the lid? What would you call that? The cap? The end cap? Lid? There's probably a better word for that. It's not coming to me. But yeah, when you open that up, if your stuff is seen tumbling out, I think that's enough. Hatch? Hatch? Gate? Yeah, both of those are probably better words. Alright, so... do I make a separate attachment for each bit? Or do I make one attachment and then make a central thing? I think I'll probably do one attachment. Best place for that's probably going to be up in the cab because I don't have any mechanisms that need to fit in the cab. Because I don't feel like the cab really needs to have any sort of fancy stuff inside it. Pop that off. We'll add a medium head. And now we have small grid. And I prefer hinges for this because they already have reduced freedom of movement. And it's easier to get to the 0-0 limits for them. Hinge lock for what it's worth. Massive braking torque for what it's worth. And turn it off. If the hatch breaks during testing, the only correct response is the front fell off. Seems reasonable. There we go, we have a small grid thing to start with. In fact, maybe I build... multiple attachment points. But that can't be at the back, because I think the back needs to... I should probably attach this to 2 hinges. At least. Just in case I manage to delete one of them. Love the design of the ion thrusters, but what I'm most excited about is the lore aspect. I completely understand why a lot of people are excited about the idea of space engineers having some sort of backstory. It's not what I'm excited about. Because what I'd like to see from Space Engineers, from like a sequel to Space Engineers, is Space Engineers. I want Space Engineers. I want the game we have, but built on an engine that's designed for what we do with it. Not built on a engine that was intended for a few small asteroids. Like, people are like, I don't just want an empty sandbox. I'm like, I do. I've been able to tell so many stories in Space Engineers because it's empty. I also love things like the Frostbite scenario as a closed-off thing that sits on its own. So as long as any of the law that they're bringing in doesn't force you and pigeonhole you into a specific thing, go nuts with it. I think it's cool that they're doing that. But I just want to make sure that it's not going to pigeonhole me into I have to build within that space. Sandbox needs to be the thing. And I would be very surprised if that's not what they do. Because it's what they've always done. So I don't feel worried that that's not going to be the case. But every time I see people saying, oh, I just want this to have in-game stuff, I'm like, why? Like, I get why, but also why? So, yeah, that's my personal feeling on it. I'm quite happy for us to not ever have any story. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Because I've always had the most fun making my own, which is why I'm still playing Space Engineers at this point. Because it left me enough, it gave me enough restrictions, but enough freedom to actually let my creativity go nuts. What's the point of law when you can create your own? Because some people's creativity doesn't sit where mine does. Some people need more restrictions to get their creativity flowing. And that's why I like having both. But I would fully expect the first thing we get access to, like if you think of all the Sims games or any Paradox game or any Civ game, when they first release their next edition of it, it feels a lot more bare bones than the previous one with all its DLC. And I think Space Engineers should, by all rights, end up feeling the same way, right? I wonder if there's any way I can get a better idea of this arm mechanism. So it's on a piston. Let's full screen this and see if I can get a clearer picture. I feel bad using someone else's YouTube video. This feels weird to me because I never do this. It seems to be on like a little piston mechanism that shoots out. Oh, that's not far enough back. Drop the link to the video. Sure, I'll do that. It literally is just an no commentary video of garbage trucks. So the piston shoots out and the arm has... Yeah. So piston shoots out after the little lever arm. And there's just a single lever and then these grabby little hands. Garbologist is an impressive title. That's really common in Australia that we use that term. It's it's quite a common term for the shortening version. I think it probably became as common as is because the shortened version for what we would call a garbage truck driver is a garbo. No, the truck didn't miss a container. The truck's only for waste, for landfill waste, so it doesn't collect the yellow bins. A different truck comes along and collects the recycle bins. Oh, to get that to move so fluidly is going to be a fun challenge. All right, let's get a frame where it's extended. I think that's going to be the most helpful. For me? Can I? No. Garbologist is fine. I prefer waste disposal engineer. Cool. Yeah, I think this is all looks doable with timer blocks. Refuse collection technician. Yeah. I also think this is the right height because it looks like the piston arms are just above wheel height. And if I go back to this picture, it looks like the arm is going to sit maybe at this scale, a meter or so behind those wheels. So the pistons probably need to be mounted about where I've ended up here. But they'll start, I think, maybe out there. I think. So if we go with... I think we're going to need a pair of pistons. I know it's a single arm in that, but to get the scale looking right... Oh, hang on. Also, let's use the fancy pistons. I always forget that they're a thing. I think these will look better. I think a pair will suit space engineers better and convey it. Because I'm going to need that for the reach. As I think... oh gosh, I might even need 3. Forks rotate face forward when not in use. Oh, do they? That would make sense. Okay, so I need a rotor at the bottom as well. Yeah, how far is 3 going to reach? Let's have a look. That looks about right. Looking at where the base of that is out, it's a bit out past the wheels. Maybe a 4th piston's needed. Or maybe this mechanism needs to come out further. But I think for how far we can compress, I think maybe a 4th piston. No, that link did not work. It's like whenever I try and link an Amazon item in Discord, it's like, nope, that's just a gigantic mess of text that is nonsense. Looking at that distance, it's like, I think that's about as close as I should hope for. Comma breaks it. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I can... Yep, makes sense. Alright, let's merge block these things together. Oops. Ow. I always make that harder for myself than I need to. Better to add the block in first. I know you still have an attachment point on the side of the piston head, but it's just easier if you do that. Yeah, I can adjust the max distance if it's too far, but I think I need to have, at minimum, that max distance. But have I now not left myself enough room? Do I need to push these pistons back into the truck a bit? Because looking at where that's going to sit, the whole arm shouldn't stick out too far past the wheels. And I think it might end up doing so. Although, again, if we look at this, there's a central bit, and these hinges, or these will be rotors for me, actually come back and make the arm sit back behind the piston head. So it should work. I'm so not used to doing things this way. What I might do before I forget, as I think it will be useful, is to put a button down. That can extend and retract those pistons. Because I can't build vision them now. Arm pistons. Bin arm pistons. Groups. Reverse. Let's just make sure they're all set to the same values. -1. Cool. So that should work without clanging out. There we go. Hey, Nomus. I missed the beginning of the stream. Why is Splitsy building a garbage truck? Because I wanted to make something to entertain Toby. I got the inspiration to make something to entertain Toby that I thought would actually also be a fun thing to build. Even ignoring that aspect of it, I thought it would be a fun thing to build. So, yeah, here we are. Making a garbage truck. And also, I wanted to build something silly in Space Engineers, while when I presumed I'd be spending more time than I actually have talking about whatever Keen had put in this trailer that they put out. But the trailer ended up being a bit more trailer and a bit less announcement than I was expecting. I should really stop building in yellow, but I think it actually kind of works at the moment in terms of making things clearly stand out, and I can paint this all at the end. I'm going to have compactors inside the back of the truck. I wasn't sure whether I would need to do compactors inside the back of the truck, because we're not going to see the inside of the back of the truck. I wasn't imagining showing it anyway. In my head, I was going to at least make this into a YouTube short once I finished it, but maybe even combine this with like the banana thing and maybe some other stuff and start adding some silliness, like using those vehicles as other things to make a new stream starting screen as I accumulate more ridiculous contraptions. That was kind of where I was coming at with this in terms of maybe using this for content later. So we've got a pair of rotors on each side of this little stalk, I think. Because then the arm will be mounted to that. So I think the arm would kind of come out however long. I'm not sure how long this needs to be. But if we bring it around. Is that right? I think it needs to go to there. Yeah. And I have to have this wide because otherwise it will collide with the pistons and the other bits down there. I mean, yes, technically right now it's a recycling truck, that's true. It can easily be both. You just gotta make a different bin with a different lid. Attach, I'll switch that one. Fix its displacement. We can just turn off for now. So let's see how low this gets this. Upper limit will be 90. Lower limit will be... not respawn. What lower limit? The arm kind of shoots out to about 45 degrees, I think. Go 40. I mean, I know these limits probably aren't going to matter because I'm going to use go-to angles for this. But having a quick look, let's change speed. Playback speed, 0.25. Oh no, it needs to go all the way up. What am I talking about? It needs to go all the way up to... bang on 90. Bang on straight, okay. Yeah, true. I might need to share inertia tensor on those pistons. Make this thing more stable as it does stuff. Yeah, there we go. Much tidier. Just rebuilt the entire back bumper and back door of a garbage truck 2 weeks ago. Huh. Alright, so the lower limit will be... so 0... it'll be minus 90. I think. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, that was why I stopped building where I did. I wanted to see how close this goes to the ground. So when we bring this back... I want to see what it does, how low it is, how close it is to the ground when it drops in. And there it is. Oh, it does come quite close to the ground. So it sits about mid-wheel, like a bit below mid-wheel height, so maybe a block higher than this. We'll be fine. I heard the Hypnotoad. Yeah, there was a bit of Hypnotoad in the video just then. Okay. Does anyone know if there's I wish I had the ability to do... oh, let's just turn off the sound. That's unpleasant. You thought you heard some cicada buzz? Yeah, they've woken up, it seems. So the next bit, there needs to be another rotor here, which attaches to that sort of L-shaped arm part. Yeah, it does look like it's grabbing at the midpoint of the bin. It also looks like it does go slightly back beyond 0. Or what, 0 for me, or 90 for me. So it should probably be like an upper limit of 95. If you want to be accurate. Which I think sometimes it's important to get those little angles right, because then the fluidity of the movement feels better. Yeah, this might actually need to be a little bit shorter. Maybe up to here. Which will, yeah, I think that's probably better. That's closer to the midpoint of the wheel and will just give me a bit more room to make sure I'm grabbing. So with the bin grabbing, I am almost certainly going to be using landing gear and actually locking it. Because I don't think we'll get enough friction to be able to jiggle the thing without that. But remember, it's grabbing the midpoint of the bin at this level. So when you... it'll stop at about there, and that needs to be midpoint of bit height with the little L piece on it, so it should be right. Otherwise you'd need a lip on the bin. Yeah. Oh yeah, Amphiria could maybe use some park braked wheels so they don't spin and put them as little rubber grabbers. That's a good point. Because they can grab with enough friction to actually hold it. Yeah, could give that a try before I resort to other shenanigans. Now what I might do... I'm just going to see at what point I can make these things narrower. We go to there. I know the arms don't go narrow, but if I do it somewhere down here and bring this in a block, it might make it easier for setting up the next segment and still look alright. Though it does appear like the rotors would go inward for the next bit, actually. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe some people with actual engineering degrees have thought about this stuff and done it differently for a reason. Or they're working a different scale. So it's easier for them. Yeah, I think the width of this may encourage me to run these down the side just to make it all look a bit more tightly packed. But we'll see. I'll just shove them in there for now. I'm going to add a whole lot of extra stowing. Like, I'm currently just working with a single arm, but this thing's clearly got two. Because it seems like that's the actuator. Whereas I'm going to use the rotors themselves as the actuator. Oh, maybe I should end up using a piston as the actuator. I think that's the actuator arm anyway. Maybe it's not. Does it change in length? Oh, that's complicated. Eisen, you were looking at a proper diagram. Does it look like it's an actuator piston, or is it just a solid arm? It does have extension. Okay. So that must be a piston thing. We can add that after. Get this working without it. You reckon the bottom arm's the actuator arm? Bottom arm looked solid when I first looked at it. That's why I thought it was solid. Thanks, Orsa. Thank you for 44 months of tier 3. Yeah, the bottom arm looks solid on this. That doesn't appear to change it in length at all. Yeah, the bottom arm doesn't change in length on that. So the next bit is going to attach to these. And we can figure out. Oh, hang on. So it drops straight down and can then rotate. Okay. Man. I don't know how some of the people who do those like crazy replica builds in Space Engineers have the patience to do so many of them. It is really cool when you make something that does look right, but wow, it takes a lot of patience to get the scale right. That's why I tend to go more for cartoony representations of reality. The extension is from a piston pushing on the lower arm. Oh, well, we can ignore that then. Power pack assemblies. Oh, no, that's too complex. That's not going to help me. That's got too much stuff going on. I'm just going to... I'm just going to leave it. So I think that just has the one little bit that's going to rotate, and then I need to attach the little grabby bits. Depending on how low I want this to be. And the little hands for grabbing will be made out of hinges, I reckon. Is that going to be long enough? I think so. Yeah, I think sticking with just using the rotors as the mechanism and sticking with a single arm mechanism will convey the idea well enough. For my purposes. Now, how wide did I make the bin at the moment? So it's only 5 blocks wide at the moment, but I think I'm going to end up with a wider bin once I scale it up. It'll probably be 7 or 9 blocks wide, I think. If we start, we probably want to start narrower. Or do I want to put a hinge straight on there? Maybe I'll go hinge first. Did I do those the same around? No, I did not. And then... we'll need like for style points, I'll add some stuff out the back here that will look the part, but I think starting with something functional and then adding those extra details is probably the better play here. Oh wait, I've forgotten something. Forgotten something kind of important. That I didn't need to detach these. Oops. That needs to be there. Because apparently this swivels to face backwards when not in use. Although I've just done that the wrong way. Because now that rotor can spin the whole contraption like that. Side grabbers are nice visually, but you should rely on a mag plate grabbing the front. We'll see. I want to see if it can do it with friction only. I imagine it might be able to. Maybe not very well, but I imagine it might be able to. I think the hardest part of this is going to be the driving and actually getting a successful recording of the truck picking something up. So I'm going to have to align properly to the truck, to the bin. Alright, let's see how far this reaches out. I grabbed the wrong rotor. So that rotor is going to have to be paired with this rotor down here so that they keep the grabby arms level. And then if we smash the button... Oh yeah. Yeah. Capac drive it and you operate the arm. Actually, doing it in co-op might make it a lot easier because you can then, or if the driving viewpoint is a camera looking where the bin is, then you could probably line it up because you just ignore what's in front of you and just drive straight and grab. One of the things I like about the idea of having the arms here grab with friction rather than with landing gear is it can then be used to push it into position. And then I guess even if you then have it grabbed by landing gear after it's pushed into position with the little arms. Yeah, I imagine modded garbage trucks have cameras precisely for that as well. I do also imagine that there is some skill to doing it quickly. I reckon that's probably enough articulation for these, no matter what the real one has. Persky, yeah, there's going to be some annoying microphone weirdness for the next 3 months. Actually, let's see if it gets any better, because if you guys are hearing it now, I can crank up the algorithm I'm using to reduce that impact. Thanks, Kel. Thank you for 31 months. Because I had it at 50% of its maximum effect. I just cranked it up to 75. So let me know if you get any weird distortions in my voice. Like it clipping out. Because that happened when I cranked it up to 100% yesterday. Yeah, I think it's always going to be heard. It's just whether it's better or enough yet. What have I got? 5. It's giving me about 7 blocks. 5, 8, no. That's giving me 9 blocks wide, like it's that. But if I now add short wheel suspensions to this to try and get little actual grabbers, that's going to reduce the size of this dramatically, which I probably am going to have to do, so I need to extend these arms out further. These hinges might need to come out an extra couple of blocks. So we go then for maybe 4 blocks long on each one. What's my current mission? I am building a purely creative, decorative, functional garbage truck because I decided to do that. Because it seemed like it would be fun. And also I thought my son would find it amusing. For context, my son is 1.5. Oops. I'll move that around to there. I do wonder if these wheels are just going to feel a bit silly. But kind of like them anyway. The suspensions can take the place of a block. Yeah, actually, let's see how that looks. If I go with 1x1s, 1x1 shorts, where are you? Could I put them like there? On both top and bottom. That might actually look better like that. Yeah, that probably looks nicer. Where did I put the curve? The curve coming out, which makes sense. Visually. There's part of me that wonders whether... Oh no, it's not going to like that. Okay, cool. Can't have it attached that way. Yeah, this looks better. Much better. Now, I guess the question about the cicada noise is it now better than it was before I added this plugin? How much width have I given myself between those things? So it's now 11 at their current width, which is about what I wanted. Because I was going to make the bins about 75% bigger, and 75% bigger than this would be, that's currently a 5, so 11 is going to go, ooh, that's more than double bigger. That might be too big. I think that's too big. Just thought of how hard it's going to be to name and set up each of the hinges and pistons on this. Cicada is spelled like this. Or if you were North American, you'd say cicada, which is why Capac says it that way. Because of his time as a Florida man. Yeah, so in UK it'd be cicada as well. Yeah, I think it's too cold. I wasn't sure whether you got them in the UK or not. I think this feels better at this scale too. That feels about right. So that's taking it down to 9 block wide bin. Yeah. Alright, now I need to put a remote control on each of these. Actually, I can just shove a cockpit on. Don't have to think survival in this. I can just do this. And I can do the horrible thing. Now the wheels have parking brakes on. And should probably up their friction a bit, but I don't want it at full. Yep. I'm not going to say the words, because I know if I say the words of what I just did, people are going to clip it. And I'm not going to give you that satisfaction. Actually, there's part of me that wants to do this. Whoa! Wrong wheel size. Wait, are these rights or lefts? I don't know anymore. I think I want this. I think 4 looks better than 2. And will also function better than 2. I don't think I need to now go put the parking brake on. No, it should be fine. It should be fine. Yeah, I think the 4 looks better. And it will likely function better too. I think Wasted would only use it if I actually said the words. Which is why I figured I was safe. Yeah. Okay. Now I think I actually do need the bin. Because before I try and mess with any mechanism setup and getting the timer blocks and event controllers and things to do what I want them to do, I need to actually have the thing to grab. Should probably clean up some of my mess down here. Yep, back to building the bin. I'm glad I started with a bin though, because it did help me get an idea of what scale I realistically was going to have to work at for this to work. And have a nice looking mechanism. So I knew I had to build this mechanism in small grid. Okie dokie. So, let us begin again with the bin. Something 9 blocks between the wheels. Will the bin be full of small connectors to pour the rubbish? No, what I was thinking of in terms of making this, like making a video of showing this working, I was actually thinking that the more fun way to do it would be to fill it with plushies, with various bits of ore, and just have loose stuff in it. So when it gets picked up, they jostle about, and when it gets poured, you see those bits falling out. You do have a single cicada species in the UK, but it is exceedingly rare. Last one was spotted in the 90s. Ah, yeah, there you go. Yeah. As mentioned earlier in this stream, where I live in Australia has a very large number of some of the largest species that are also the loudest species of cicada. Yes, orange backpacks as well. Is there a mod on the workshop that has just backpacks? Like the backpack model, but as a block? Because that'd be kind of cool. Because then I could put backpacks in it. So starting again with the wheels, which should be grey. And we can build up bin again. Well, engineer corpses don't persist long enough. That's why I wouldn't use them. That's my main reason not to use them, really. The dead engineer has a very weird center of mass. If you place it... Like, I can use these Capac decoy blocks. Because they're okay. Like, I could place a bunch of them in there. Just colored like Capac. But you want something that has physics that apply and make some sort of sense to them. But dead engineers, they don't. As you can see. Their center of mass is all weird. So the bin wheel, it's probably about 2.5 wheels. So yeah, this is about right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 2. 3 wheels for the bin? Yeah. But what I didn't do on the previous model, the previous one, the wheel is actually at the same point as the back, but because I've gone up bigger, I can probably just have the back of the bin come up here. Which is actually more accurate and to scale. You probably could turn the dead engineer into a clang drive somehow, or just use it in place of one other random block that you need for that, or at least one version of... There's so many different ways you can do clang drives. And I do love how many people were shocked and horrified at me actually using one recently. Because I was shocked and horrified at myself for doing it. But I felt like the situation called for it. Looking again at the thing, if we go... To try and use the wheels as the scale point, that'd be 2 wheels, 3 wheels, 4 wheels, 5 wheels, maybe 5.5 to 6 wheels high. So that would be 18 blocks tall for the bin. Ooh, that's a lot taller than I anticipated. Maybe we'll go just a bit shorter than that. Which then makes it easier to understand why it needs to go bigger. I looked into the clang drive because I didn't want the temptation. I can understand that, Cal. I can understand that. I never looked into them just because I was like, I don't have any interest in using them. In a survival game, it's never made any sense for me to use it, because using one in most of the times that I've played Space Engineers in survival, the use of one would negate so much of the survival mechanics I was messing with. But I felt like with playing with economy, it was actually going to open up more options rather than close them off, and so felt better as a result. Yeah, Trax, the guy who did the Race to Mars in 58 minutes was the model of clang drive and the speed exploit that I used. That's how I knew about it. And then I did a bit of research into it and found like some really old Reddit posts that I presume were how he learnt about it, or they learnt about it. And so yeah, that's where the information came from for me. And let's just do. Felt like a fun way to work around a silly limitation in Keen's system for the economy, and just the way that the hauling missions are set up. That's what made me feel fine about it. I was like, these are silly. The way this is limited it's silly. So I'm just gonna go. Let's have some fun with getting around that silliness, and I had fun with it. So, at least from my end, it worked. Yeah, the hinge to hinge one, the merge block to merge one, using the magnetic power of merge blocks to provide propulsion. That's the one I'd been aware of for the longest time. Oh, so you actually looked up clang drives when you wrote the clang drive song. That's interesting, Black Sheep. Not surprising. It's interesting, though. I feel like at the scale I've gone, I might even be able to make the lip on this one. But now that this is bigger, I can also make the rotor mounts part of the bin, which I think is going to look much nicer. So I can do that. The lid mount. Which then should enable a little bit of this. To incorporate them in a bit more nicely. Yeah. So then we'll add our rotor head. Grab our yellow. See how this bin lid can fit on now. So I think it's going to look a lot more tidy. The hauling contracts should just be better. I don't really have any nice words to say about the hauling contracts as they stand in Space Engineers. They're just not good. They don't give you anything significant to move, and they don't encourage you to build in any particular way that makes sense for early on in the game. They're just not good, unfortunately. Like, you guys know I tend to have a positive spin on most things. I really struggle with that. And I hope that that's something that Keen have anticipated with, if this new game that they're making has some intended faction mechanics, I hope they've taken some lessons from how much they've struggled to make Space Engineer's faction system work. Because any game they've made, or they're making for VRage 3, would presumably have factions in it. Because presumably it's also going to be multiplayer. But I still hold some vague hope. I think I need to move these rotors out a bit. I think they're going to be weird. I still have some vague hope of Keen unlocking the economy stuff for the mod API. Huh? Why you no move? Oh, I know why. Yep, alright. We are going to leave the rotors where they are. For one little reason. Get rid of that block on both. I'm adding this block. Oh, actually I can probably do that on the outer bit as well. Could move that outer block. That should now work without power. We go up. Yeah. Cool. Started a new world, and before I have a miner, the tips thing seems to want me to storm a base and take it over. Yeah, there's the latest update note on Steam. Here we go. Sneak peek for 1206. Cargo ships. Wait, what? What did... Yeah, there we go. Updated cargo ships with all the new blocks and DLC options and things like that. Which I would guess Aragath has been having a lot of fun building the designs for. I don't know who else at Keen works on these, but I know Aragath does, and I reckon he's been having a lot of fun with that. Kind of like I did with ACS. Since the ticketing's... Tux, are you meaning a ticket on the Keen support site saying that the economy should be opened up to modding? Is that what you're talking about? Because I was trying to think of a way to leverage what I'm doing in my current series to encourage Keen to do something. Like I did for getting them to fix lightning. But yeah, absolutely, I'd be happy for you to share a link to a new one that uses language that I'm not capable of writing. I wonder if this will look okay. Or a bin handle. Ooh, I quite like that. That looks tidy. I think it looks fine having the little lip on top. But yeah, share it to me and I'll put it in a pinned comment on the 2 videos and future videos. I'll put it at the top of the description. But nobody reads descriptions. But I'll put it in a pinned comment. And see if we can get people to vote on it. So that we can get more fun stuff in. Apparently the trade station thing is kind of broken for custom worlds after contact. The whole start with economy off, add planets, turn economy on doesn't work correctly anymore. That's disappointing, Steampunker. That is disappointing. Because yeah, I don't know any other way to get the things working. Fluffy, yes, I am. Or was? I haven't really been one actively outside of education spaces for a couple of years now. I was very quiet about that particular part of my background for a long time for probably understandable reasons. Wonder if the way I've done this allows me to do this without it looking weird. Add a little bit of rounding to the back edge here. Just need to move the bin lid up. You're all good, Fluffy. I wouldn't have done the interviews if I was that worried. I wouldn't have done them a few years back when I was still actually working. Oops, I just detached the wheel. Oh wait, that's the way the rotor goes. That's rotor. Put the wheel back on. Make it grey. If you keep looking, Fluffy, you might even find a TV show I was on. Or at least the first 2 episodes of it. It was a terrible TV show, but I was on a TV show. Yeah, finding out some weird background splitsy lore there. I think that bin looks pretty good. I do want to move the top rotors out though. I don't like how they're inset the way they are. It feels weird. Makes the back edge of the bin lid look too narrow. But if I move it out, then this top part where I've got the rotor attached will have to go to a full block. Which might look okay. I use this here. And then we change that out to a full block. Move the lid out of the way again. I've apparently detached the rotor, or I've left it switched off. Oops. That would help. Turn that one on and we'll use this one instead. Thanks, Steampunkers. Yeah, so for people trying to get economy mode to work, I think you're right, Steampunk. I think you can go into the save files SBC. I think it's the sandbox.sbc rather than sandbox settings. I may be misremembering. You go into the SBC and you delete everything under the factions header. And then when it regenerates the game, it might create the economy stuff because you've deleted the factions, so it has to repopulate them. It might trigger it. That'd be worth trying anyway. Also, yes, I am spending this much time getting the bin right because I think the bin's important. Oh, why did I do that? I meant to color it, not delete it. Also, yes, I did need to remove it. Ah! I need to place it here. And attach it. Oh dear. Trust you to do that, TFE. Trust you to do that. Putting images in the spoiler channel. For those not on the Discord, it's discord.gg/zebramonkeys. We'll get you to our Discord server. Oh, actually I kind of like that. Giving it a little extra lip. Yeah. Don't know why I placed every block independently rather than clicking and dragging, but here we are. That's what I did. Like that. Yeah, I think this is the best I can do for the mechanism here without it needing to be scaled up again to something even larger. It's gonna be the new Mickey's scrap bin. Huh. I honestly don't know where I would use this outside the very specific use case I intended it for, which was cool video to entertain my toddler child. And the reason I specified toddler child is because, well, Capac's a bit of a toddler too. My younger toddler. Yeah, there we go. Oh, so for my toddlers then. Yeah, okay, fair. We can do that. That works. For both of my toddlers. What door number are you going to put? Gotta put on the bin. Oh, you know what? The sign that's more common on bins around here, because house numbers are not actually that common. At least around where I live. I think in some places they're more common, but they're not very common. What I see, what was more common for a while here was people putting this sticker on it that said the local speed limit was 50. That was really common for a bit. Yeah, sometimes something spray painted on, but because of the mechanism that the bin trucks use, the stuff's kind of peeled off a bit. Yeah, that's another thing that's common. I'm doing a thing because it's going to bother me if I don't. Oh no! That is not where I wanted to remove. I mean, part of it is, but not all of it. Couldn't see the outline. I'm just going to do this block at a time. So I don't end up popping the whole lid. I wanted to create a little indent because the lids are obviously not massively thick like this. But how do I want to do it? Do I want to do it with half blocks? Could just do it with half blocks. Yeah, I think that looks neat. How's it has been? Don't put ash in the bin. Yeah, I mean, you see around the place, please do not put dog poop in the bin when it's empty. I've seen that on a couple of bins around here, particularly on the well-trafficked streets where people walk to the beach. Like, fine, put your dog poo in the bin before it's been collected by the truck, but once it's been collected by the truck, please don't. It's like, yeah, fair enough. I can understand why someone wouldn't want dog poo sitting in their bin for the next week if they don't have a dog. I will be back in just a minute. I need to take a quick bio break. And I'm going to do a thing that I haven't done really before, and I'm going to put some ads in so that Twitch doesn't run P-rolls for people. So take a little break yourselves for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. I am back. Oh, actually, I forgot to fill up my water bottle. 1 second. Luckily, I can reach that with my headphones on. Cable stretches over to the sink. Once again, for those who weren't here before, the reason for running Twitch ads, it's not a revenue thing, because Twitch is terrible. It's entirely just for if new viewers come along, they don't get pre-rolls for a bit. That scarf? That was, yeah. And then when we went to we got to sit in the private box. That was actually pretty fun. The background music was doing some odd pitch shifts. I wonder if... I'll have to check after the stream, but I don't think... Hang on, if I go... Bear it back, mic's on. I don't think it should be doing anything. Weird. I'm just checking whether the noise reduction filter's been applied to it. No. There's no noise reduction filter applied to it, so it shouldn't be doing anything. Unless my CPU is getting overloaded, which is possible. Thanks, Botman. Thank you for 20 months. Alright, I think I've got a bin. Unfortunately, can't curve more of the sides of it. I think that's pretty good. So now, just so that we can have something that works. do that. Let's turn off steering. On these, because they will interact with each other and not like it. And now I need to start figuring out how this mechanism is actually going to work. Because this should be drivable. There's visual stuttering that is happening on my VRage back screen because my 1080 can't handle doing the green screen properly. Unfortunately, in the version of OBS I'm using. It can't handle doing the transparencies and everything else. So I've got a little bit of a trouble with that. Because my 3070 that I had been using for a long while died. Wait, I normally put that there. Alright, so we now have fresh, bigger bin that looks a bit nicer. It's nice going up to bigger scale and actually having it work out. I'm very happy with how these handles look. Oh, I need to blueprint this before I forget. And just read in chat immediately after I say that. Blueprint it! Oh, I just did that on the wrong thing. Control B. Use the grabber for invisible tree removal. I'm not even sure how that would work. I mean, if you flail it about enough, you might be able to hit one hard enough that it gets rid of it. Okie dokie. What the heck to name these things so that I know which ones are paired with which? No live clones, sign on the bin. See that's on brand. So why are we building a garbage truck? Yeah. We are building a giant garbage truck because I wanted to build something to entertain my son. Yeah, that's the whole reason. And I thought it'd be cool. Like, the mechanism of the garbage trucks that's used here in Oz is pretty cool. So, pistons. Let's name them all. What can we call the bin grabber? Just bin grabber? Maybe I want something that's kind of 3 letters or shorter. And the reason I want to name the grabber section separately is because I'm also going to need to put mechanism in for the collection area at the back. Because that whole segment needs to be able to tip. This is the mechanism of truck that I'm building. For those who didn't see me show this earlier. Let me speed this up a bit so we can watch it a little closer to real time. Because this is what's used. And yeah, my son loves watching the garbage truck do its thing. Yeah, could have... I think I'll just call it grab. Grab, piston, grab, reach. Piston, just in case I add some extra pistons to the other thing. Because then I was going to just rename all these so that I've definitely got them all with the same settings. So this whole thing doesn't clang out later. They use that style in Arizona, I assume because having people hang off the back of the truck and sling bins all day in the desert heat would lead to a lot of heat stroke. It probably would, but I also imagine having one guy driving one truck doing the work of what would otherwise employ 2 to 3 people is also cheaper. I've seen both styles here in Australia, I mentioned before, but most places use the style I showed in that video, I think. Because you can just collect more bins with them. Part of me does want to use the park script to control the positions of this, actually, rather than using go-to positions. Because I have 3 different positions, but I should be able to do this vanilla. It'd be nice to use this, to do this in a way that it would work on console as well. Yeah, what the heck, let's try and do it so it'd work on console. So this will be... grabber... top rotor. So grabber arm top rotor. Will the grabber have sensors? I'm not sure how I want to make it work. I think I just want to make it so you drive alongside and you make sure you get into the right spot and you reach out and it just goes clonk. Oh yeah, tilt. Maybe tilt is better name. Tilt top. Because yeah, it's the tilt top. And then there's the tilt bottom. And then there's swivel for the actual grabber bit. So we're going to be in the menu a bit trying to get this to work, so... tilt. Low. Bottom. Why not? And then this is swivel. And then this will be grabber. Hinge. Prox? Can't think of what else to call this. So it's the proximal one and then the distal one. Man, I hope I've lined up these. I have. Good. Okay. So let's find the reset position. So that's the first timer block I should probably set up. Is the reset position. Where is timer block? There you are. And I'll just use the automaton ones because I like them. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need. The truck has a higher upfront cost, but the reduced people cost is also offset and expended on maintenance, all those moving parts. Yeah, I guess if the moving parts maintenance is, I would imagine that would be lower, but also more technical. So if you're moving employment from a lower technical job to a higher technical job, that's probably not a bad thing overall, or if you can get people trained up to do it. Probably. Any more discussion on that, and it's edging way too close to politics, and I don't want to do that. Alright, so let's call this TB Grabber Stow. So grabber arm stow. I also probably want to group these. So grabber hinge distal, grabber hinges distal, save. Because these want to work at the same time. Grabber tilt top rotors. Actually, no, I'm not going to make a group for those ones. I am going to make one of these off. The reason I want to do that is because the angles of these two rotors, because they're opposing, and same with those ones, won't be the same. So we won't be able to make it work. So I need to turn one of these off. Tilt top rotor idle. And we'll call this one idle as well. Turn it off. There we go. Because I should have enough torque on a single rotor. I don't think I should need to distinguish between the grabbers. My hope is that by not distinguishing them, it will squeeze the bin and move the bin into the center properly, because I want it to be in the center. I want it to push the bin sideways so that it actually is in the center. The other thing I could do to make it, like, if you wanted to really get clever with this, having a sensor mounted here and here with detect small grid on in front of it in a perfect line. When both of those sensors detect the bin, you should be in roughly the right spot. Are they going to be rotating to the same angle then? Yes. I've set them up such that they will be. These hinges will be rotating to the same angle. Okay, so stowing. Set up actions. Groups. Pistons. I think I want to do set and move for all of these things. Set distance 0. Set velocity Let's go -1. I think that'll be plenty fast enough. Oh, what? I now need to set up a button for activating that turbo lock. Trigger now, so we can see what works. There we go. I don't know why those rotors moved then. Why did those rotors move then? Is that literally just inertia that's moving that bottom rotor? I think it is. I think that's all inertia. Let's crank that up to actually full. Because it is less than half of what it can be. Let's try that again. Oh, it still moves a bit. Ugh. If I have to double rotor this, that's going to be tricky. Not too annoying, but basically what I have to do is flip the arrangement of this rotor around. So the rotor is mounted on here rather than on here. No, it's not touching the ground, it's just above. Oh, we can sort that out if it comes to that. I can add more. I can add more. So, stowing does that much. And then what else we needed to do is move the grabber arm tilt top rotor to what angle? Nope, we need to move this one up, otherwise I'm not going to have the space to do it. Grabber arm top moves to... Oh. Why is it stopping at 85? Where is it stuck? Do you have a limit on you? Oh, you're saying you're at 95. Ah. There we go. I think 100 degrees is more in line. Then... So, what am I doing? I am moving grabber arm tilt top rotor to 80 degrees. Set of actions, grabber, tilt, top. I want to rotate to angle, set it to 80, set velocity of 5, I think. Set rotation direction. I think I might leave that as auto for the moment, but I think I do need to set that. I need to check what that is, because I do need to change that. I do need it to always go the one direction, which is anti-clockwise. Tilt top. Oi. Rotate to angle. 80. Set velocity. 5. Rotate direction, counterclockwise. Confirm. So now we can extend these pistons out. We can move this out of position. That upper limit needs to be a lot more than that, because for some reason it's all changed and gone weird. Then, if I trigger this, it should return to that position. Yes! What if you used a piston for tilt with rotors off? Yeah, I think that's what the mechanism actually does. But I was hoping to avoid doing that. But yeah, I could alternatively try and piston actuate the thing instead of adding more rotors for more torque. Now, do I want both of those actions happening at the same time always? No, I don't. Ah. So we have stow 0 as the first step. And then we need to have stow 1 as the next one. So stow 0 will not actually do the pistons. Not trigger now. Start. So stow 1. Set up with a delay of 2 seconds. Set up actions. Now you can do the pistons. And where is it? Set move. Set distance 0. Set velocity 1. Confirm. Let's just check how this works out. Because yeah, I think I don't want that piston retracting while the arms are up like this. Because when the arm's up there, I don't really want it retracting. I'm going to need to have multiple controls to do multiple things, but I just want to do the reset first. Alright, so we hit stow. That's dropping the rotor. Yeah, so I can just adjust the speed. Could use an event controller to trigger the pistons when the rotor gets to the right angle. No, because I mean, yes, but no. The trouble with an event controller is I'm going to need to turn it on and off, depending on what I'm doing, and I think it's easier for me to keep track of just telling the rotors and hinges and pistons to do what I want them to do, rather than which event controller I need to turn on and off to do what I want it to do. Yes, I will need a stow 3 as well. But what I also need is to set the angle of this at the same time as I'm setting the angle of the other one. I need to find what angle it needs to get to. Which, if that one is at 80, I'm going to guess this is 20. To bring it level. Wait, is this at 80? What is it? Oh wait, no, it'll be 10 because it's 80. What am I saying? 20. I can't maths. There we go. Thanks, Trevinator. Thanks for the Prime sub. Yeah, so tilt bottom rotor goes to 10. And it'll be going counterclockwise to 10 as well. Oh, that's handy. The way I place the rotors, they actually go in opposite directions, which is exactly what I want, because it means they do to do the same thing, I need to tell them to do the same thing. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, little sleep yip from Charlie. Set up actions. Don't worry about that one just yet. Stow... 1? No. Stow 0, yeah. Bottom. Set. Rotate to angle 10. With speed 5. In direction counterclockwise. Okay. Let's move this out of range again. And then we'll move this out of range again. And we'll move these out of range again. Oops, double tapped. That felt so right. That just felt so right. Okay, here we go. Arm comes down. That did not work. Huh, you're at 10 degrees? Minus 10 degrees. That makes more sense. There we go. That's where I got wrong. It's really annoying you can't change the settings of a particular thing. There you go. Have a scratch, Charlie. Should probably see if you're allowed out of the shed at some point soon. Thanks, leather boy. Rotate to angle minus 10. Better. 5. Counterclockwise. Let's just quickly test this again. So this is the sort of stuff I'm going to need to do for the rover in wrong way out, making sure that it's got all these various angles set up correctly so that they're working the way that they're supposed to. Yeah, that worked. Hooray! Detach has only one effect. That is true. I don't know what the context of that is, but sure. So this will go from 90... How are all these... through to 0. So lower limit be 0. Upper limit be 90. Let's see. Yeah. Prototype tree recovery arm. Hey, Mob. So the reset position will be getting this to move to 90 degrees. Rubber arm, swivel, rotor. So the swivel goes to 90 in a clockwise direction. Hey, Zyph! Thanks for 60 months. Yeah, it has been 5 years. It's been just over. So I think the most recent high numbers I've seen is 62 months. Or something like that. The rotor is going between two limits, then setting velocity may be easier. True. True, it doesn't need to be more complicated than that for that one, does it? That's a good point. Alright, so stow 2 will be swivel. And it needs to go... set velocity, it needs to go at 5. And stow 1 needs to activate stow 2. Start. Stow 2 can have a delay of 2 seconds. Yeah. Once again, push it out. The next one I'm going to set up is the deploy position. As in the let's try and grab a bin position. For the tilt rotors, I need to set angles because I'm going to have 3 different positions. There's the stowed position, there's the grab position, and then there's the empty position. So I'll have 3 controls on the truck to hit. Alright, let's give it a reset. Not bad. Not bad. I think that should be everything that's needed to be done, although I probably need to have a reset for the position of the grabbers. The grabber hinges. So when packed away, I probably want these to be kind of as they are. They don't stick out too far. I guess we'll go with proximal hinges at maybe 60? Yeah, we'll go 60. Looks like July 2018 when you first streamed, then July 2019 when you started to stream again and regularly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Annoyingly, I can't change the my stream anniversary date that far out because it's set at a weird time of year for me. I think it's in like January or something. I think we go 60 and what's this one, roughly? 60 and 30, yeah. That's what it should be. So that can happen at the start of the stow procedure. It can move those back. Set up actions. Groups. Distal ones. Ooh. Did these even need to have more fancy controls, or can they just have limits and go to... Because there's either the grab the bin position, where I want them to be continuously trying to grab it, or there's the release position. So these can probably just use reverse and speed controls as well. Tried to coordinate your resubs on the same day. It ended up a day off. Ah, well. So I think the lower limit could probably go to 60. So I don't think it's going to need to go tighter than that. Oh yeah, the weird date would be whatever date I got partner. That's probably it. Yes, that is probably it. I go 60-30. And then the other end of the limit. So that's for grabbing. The other end should probably be... Well, it doesn't need to be more than about 40 degrees. For those. Yeah. Start with this and I'll figure that out. I'll just set it to 0 for the moment, because it's definitely not going to be higher than that. So that'll stop them getting way out of whack. Yeah, me getting Twitch partner was not the kind of celebration that a lot of people have for finally getting it. Because I sort of just came here from YouTube and was like, hey Twitch, give me partner. And they went, okay. It wasn't quite like that. It was more like, I've done a few streams, I've done enough streams to show that I'm regular on Twitch now. And then when you do the partner application, they're like, what reasons do you have for being considered for partner? And I went, this is my YouTube channel. And they went, okay, looks great. So I know a lot of people who, for whom Twitch is their first thing, it's a much bigger deal. Which makes sense, because you work for it. It's like when I got 100,000 subs on YouTube. That felt like a big deal, because I'd really worked hard to get to that point. I got the lid shut. I just want to make sure that this actually is tight enough at these angles, or whether I need to bring this tighter. So I think it might actually need to be tighter. So I don't think that'll grab. Yeah, that needs to go further. It needs to try and go to 65. Which would move this to 25. Though I think that's the wrong end of the limit for that one. Yeah, that is the wrong end of the limit. Upper limit should be minus 25. The lower limit should be further. It's joining the stream and seeing a garbage truck loading system. Yeah. Yeah. I'm hopeful that you guys have had some fun with this as well, because I'd like to do a bunch of different random things like this if this ends up being something that I can pull off and make look cool. So I think it'd be fun for me to be able to be like, alright, have to give Toby some screen time because he's at the doctor's or somewhere else where we have to keep him still for a bit. And it'd just be great to be able to like, hey, why don't I load up one of my own videos? Just feels like it would be kind of cool. That actually looks like it's wrapped. And now for an unexpected test that I hadn't intended to do at this point. Nope, it is not grabbed. Random silly build sounds like a great idea for something to do on occasion. Yeah, kinda. This is some fun that I think Space Engineers is uniquely capable of. Actually, Gmod is probably similarly capable of this sort of silly fun. But I think it takes the silly a bit further than Space Engineers does, which is, I think, for a lot of people, not as preferable. I don't have enough torque! No! No! It can't lift the bin! Poop. No, I don't think like the mini golf, Scythe. I think more like the amusement park that I built. Or partially built. Ah! Dang it. I have to piston actuate this thing. Nuts. That's not what I wanted. Yes, the amusement park with the bumper cars of Clang. I mean, unless someone knows of the mod that has stronger small grid rotors, if that's what you're hinting at, Raidfar. It doesn't appear to be slipping. It just appears to not be able to lift it. I mean, the alternative is just lower the gravity. I could just reduce the amount of gravity that's here. No, hinges are hinges. I don't think hinges are stronger than rotors, no. Oh, they are. What? Hinges are way stronger. What? Why? Why, Keen? Why? Yeah, I need to flip this rotor around to utilize both of them, though. Because they need to have the same set angle and speed. Which I guess is what I'm going to probably do first. Hey, the rotor and hinge torque has changed about 4 times in the time I played Space Engineers TFE. There's a good reason I don't remember what it is. So it's always different. No, nuts. I have a feeling I need to get rid of that. That and that. Attach, offset, 0. There we go. Now we can just copy it directly and they can be named the same thing. Now we need to set them as a group. I'm going to have to do the same at the bottom too. Yeah, fair. Oh, no, I can't manually test with build vision because they'll create phantom forces. Because I can't trigger both at the same time. So that's not an option. I mean, unless I lock the whole thing to the ground. Which is an option. Probably worth doing because it's quicker. Velocity of 1. Velocity of 1. Minus 1. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's a problem. that is a problem. I don't know if this is... I don't think this can work. Because this one is attached to the subgrid that this is moving. So it's not actually... It may not actually apply more torque. Groups. Reverse. And we go to groups. And we go velocity -1. Nope. We go velocity 1. What? Why you no move? That's his biggest issue is you never know where to find him. That's not true. Go to twitch.tv/splitsy/schedule and I've literally got it written in the schedule where I'm gonna be. It's literally on the thing. It shouldn't be hard. What angle are they at? Are they being annoyed? Is there an angle? No. I don't think this is adding enough torque. I think it just can't do it. So I am going to have to piston actuate this thing. Because hinges don't have enough range. This needs to be rotors. Okay. Oh, my wrong way out time is wrong, is it? Oh, I'll have to update that. Fair enough, wasted. It's probably only half an hour out, isn't it? I imagine. Also, I just hurt myself. Let's not do that. Oh yeah, it's half an hour out. There we go. Fixed. Done. Happy, wasted? You happy? Once the time splits, he probably wants it to be. Yeah. You're never happy. Yeah, that's sad but true, wasted. Okay, so to piston actuate this. Ugh. Oh boy. Can I even piston actuate 270 degrees? Can't do stacked hinges so that they can go 270 degrees. Ugh. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. They may have enough torque, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I know piston actuation has enough force. Just trying to think about how I do that. How I do that though is move the bin out of the way because it's not useful right now. Although I probably should build with it in the way so that I can know where I've got to go. I've never done a piston actuated arm that goes through that many degrees. It's just not something I've done before. Snickers, if you're talking about stacked hinges, the problem is this goes through 270 degrees, so hinges don't work as they are. You'd have to stack them like this. And the whole thing's not going to be particularly happy with that, I suspect. And also, that's going to add its own degree of jank. When the actual design does have a piston actuation, I feel like piston actuation is the better way to go. But I just got to get my head around what's needed for that. So that's what I am struggling with right now. So that's going to be passive. Wait, why are you being weird? Hello? Man, I hate placing pistons on hinges sometimes. You feel like building this will be multiple streams and lengths? Yes, that is most likely to be correct. I did not expect to complete this design today. Get something vaguely functional? Maybe. Complete? No. Like, I'm not even going to get the aesthetics done. I should be able to remove this now. And... so we're the half block. Though, actually, what am I doing? I don't need to do this. Whole thing's going to be moving out of the way in a sec. When I do this. And now, I don't know if I needed that many pistons. So what I probably need to do is return these to their... I need to ungrab this thing. That's what I need to do. Uh-oh. No, I've wedged it in a wheel. Okay. Move the bin out of the way. That's now returned to its position, so then I can figure out where I need to attach this, and I want it at maximum extension. How does this work? Because the pistons are going to need to extend and then retract again, aren't they? What? This doesn't make any sense. How can you piston actuate to do this? Yeah, Trax, I don't know what you mean by that at all. Like, zero concept of what that means. Absolute zero. I know it's a word. I know it's a word related to engines, and that's as far as I go. How the heck do I do this? So, it needs to be set, like, back here. Then how am I going to get it to grab over the other arm without this getting ridiculously large? I think on the real one there's actually more pivot here than I'm giving it credit for. So we have that bit rotate, and then for the... Yeah, they do cross over. They're both fixed. They're both fixed arms. Huh. Interesting. Man, this makes it a lot harder. Anyone got a mod that increases the torque? Anyone got a link to a mod that increases the torque on rotors? So I can just avoid doing this. Thanks, Redfire. There we go. Let's just work around it. I've only said vanilla build once, TFE. Right, you. Also, I turned off block edges, so it's not really vanilla anyway. Yeah. I'm lost. I'm flummoxed. I'm uncertain. I'm annoyed. I don't know how to do this. I do want to do it vanilla. I do want it to work, but I just... Ow. Ow. Yeah, I know I don't need to replace anything right far. I'm just trying to see if I can get my head around doing this vanilla. So that this, in theory, would work on other platforms. Although the mod you posted, I'm sure, works on other ones because it's an SBC edit. Anyway. I haven't got inertia tensor set anywhere that it would be adding mass that's problematic here. So the share inertia tensor isn't making things worse. Because share inertia tensor would make this worse, not better. Huh. I wonder... I could do this with stacked hinges, just not stacked one on top of each other. I have an idea. Because hinges have 1,000 times the torque of a rotor in small grid. Okay. That was unexpected. Is that going to happen again? No. Good. Interesting. Interesting. I think a few rotors detached then. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this connection here. And this part is going to be mounted on a hinge. So what I need... What I'm going to do is I'm going to combine 2 hinges to get the 270 degrees I need. But I'm going to start with a hinge on this part. And because of where it is, I'm going to go with a 3x3. So this one's going to be able to move the arm. Like, what's the max torque on these? 1,000 meganewtons. Meganewton meters. So this one will be going to, like, there from vertical. So it'll take the bin. Once the arm is out, it'll then take it up and tip it over. Actually, do I need? Let's just see what that's doing. Hang on. Let's go back a little bit. So what I'm thinking is that hinge is being this part here. Let's full screen it so you can see a bit better. This part here. So as it grabs, it's going to, once it's in that position, it's going to do this part. The lifting up and hitting to 90. So that's actually only moving 90 degrees. That's doing a smaller part of it. Yeah, it'll be floating wheels spinning around the rack. So I actually want it to go from low and it'll go all the way up to the top. So it should go through more than 90 degrees. Just trying to think this through and make sure I put that hinge in the right position. Because I might actually be better off attaching it. Like this. Just because if the arm grabbing down is like that. Oh no, I had it right before. Because that's only going to go this far. I needed to go 180. Cool. Alright. So that. And then we'd have it, imagining it down like that. So it starts down there, and then it goes doo-doo-doo, brings it all the way up and over. And then I can have hinges doing what these rotors are doing as well, and they'll get that last little bit. So that'll be the bit that allows it to come back in rather than being fully fixed. And that way hinges are doing all the work. They're in places that make sense. They're not in weird stacked configurations, and it should work better. But it does mean I have to rebuild the entire thing, which means completely new setup for all of the timer blocks and stuff. Because the way I had it set does not work. What I will do before I do any of that, though, is make sure that this can lift a bin. Let's grab a bin. Let's hit this pistons. There we go, it's locked. And let's go. Let's go. Okay. Okay. That hinge needs to be in a different position. Also, I think I broke it. I definitely broke it. So the hinge needs to be higher up, this particular hinge. Alright. So I'm guessing it probably needs to be about that high from where it was tipping the bin to. Maybe a bit higher still. Does that work alright? Grab your hands. Let's close the bin. Do. Please lock on. Yay! I think that worked. No velocity up. Oh yeah? I think that should be workable. Part of me does want to put it even higher though. I'm not sure how else to get a better angle. Because the bit I'm looking at is, see how high the bin gets? Oh, this arm move doesn't bring it around fully to 90 degrees. It holds it back. So to be rotated a bit like to that angle. Which I think I can then see how it would get in there. Yeah. Silly hinge limits, getting them stuck all the time. Can anyone in chat see a problem with where I put the hinge? It looks like it's probably about right. I may be better off lifting the pistons up a bit higher. Even though that's technically maybe not correct, but might work better. It's the correct size bin you have when you have a toddler. Oof. Yeah. VRage Flash, the Space Engineer's announcement was another teaser. It was not an announcement at all. It was just, there was another teaser. Which I made a joke about in my comment on the video, and then instantly felt bad when one of the developers messaged me and was like, "We were just really excited." And I was like, "Oh, I did mean it to come as a joke." It wasn't a direct attack on anyone. It was just meant to be a joke because I woke up I set an alarm for 4 AM to see what it was because I was like, oh, if this is like properly something, I definitely want to see it early. Yeah. When you're up that early, it's like, oh, it's hard to be happy. Yeah, I'm hoping it's a real announcement on the 10th. Because again, I'm going to set my alarm and get up early. So I really hope it's a proper announcement. Alright, so I think lift up the pistons a bit higher. Let's do that with this. method. So I lift the pistons, I can drop the hinge. Let's lift it by... Yeah, 3 blocks is enough. Any more than that, I'll feel too much. And then we'll drop this by a few blocks. And we'll drop it on the ground and pick it up again because I grabbed it funny. I'll say this much. I was quite relieved when it wasn't an AI people announcement. So there's that. Oh, the look on Zock's face when I said that to him. That was hilarious. I raided into Zock's stream and made my comment about that, and just the expression he had on his face was so funny. Putting a bit of style in here because that's what I do when I can't help myself. Because I suspect working around this area is going to be a pain later. Also, for those of you wondering, no, I'm not using symmetry mode because I'd have to apply it to every subgrid and it's annoying. So I will just do things this way. Alright. I put something about AI people on Twitter earlier in the day and I thought they were going to do it. Yeah. As I've mentioned many times before, I don't do salt well. I'm not an amusing salty person, so I try not to be that. Capac, hilarious salty person. Me, not so much. Yeah, I do love that these wheels are floating. That's why I'm kind of not moving near them or deleting them. Okay, so where's the existing one? What do I need to do next? I need to have the hinges to allow the last bit of movement, which I can stack, and so that's fine. And if I need to, I can also replace this with a double hinge. So I could put two 3x3 hinges down here and double my torque. So that's at least a lot easier with the hinges. Yeah, my head I could not wrap my head around how I would have to piston actuate this thing and actually make it work and not just clang out. See, it does. I want that back. Set that back, which is why I've set that hinge back. So I probably don't want to bring this forward again of that point. I can avoid it. So I'm thinking maybe this. Have the hinges here. Although, no. Let's not do that. Because that puts it around a different... slightly different center of rotation. I think it'll be better if I do this. At least then it's kind of aligned. Thanks, Richmond! Thanks for the prime sub. That. And that. And they need to connect underneath this thing. So we'll just go down to about there and then have a crossbar. The main reason I'm putting the crossbar in, even though it's not in the actual thing, is it just makes setting up the controls that much simpler. Although I probably don't need it for this. I'll put it in for now. I can get rid of it later if it ends up really not being needed. Yes, there is a wheel just floating off to the side. That is correct. We had a bit of a clanging out. Just to be expected when you're messing with this much stuff that's this weird. That should probably go one block further, I think. What? Huh? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Okay, Trax. I think I understand what you're doing. I don't think I could wrap my head around what's needed for that. Especially at this point in the stream. I think maybe if I sat down and looked at it off stream for a while, I could probably get my head around it, but at this point, no, I don't think so. It's one of those things I think I would need that extra no distractions sort of thing. It's like a lot of the times when you guys have suggested very reasonable things during Stationeers that require me to learn new programming, and I'm just like, nah, I can't do that. Yeah, minus 20. That's pretty good. Freaky Uzi, I'm going for modeling the real thing, because what I want to do is make something that looks very much like the garbage trucks that deal with the bins at my house. Just because I thought it'd be fun to do. Indeed, Groz, I'm working on the bin lift. I have unfortunately had to restart my efforts because I lacked torque in the original design. Which sucks! Alright, how big was the grabby arm? At least I can copy that bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What have I done? I'm glad I looked at that now. Hey, here's a dum-dum. Good job. Good job. That was well done. It's just what you want to see. At least I saw it now. Would have been worse. Probably wouldn't have been any worse later. Actually, it would have been. Thought it looked wonky. Yeah, PK, it was wonky. Like, why is this even symmetry down here? What have I done? No, not copy. That's better. Much better. Okay, turn you off. You've got more torque. Oh, I forgot about the swivel. The swivel's... Is the swivel going to have problems? Going to create problems by not being strong enough to resist the movement of the bin? Hopefully there's not enough torque applied that it would struggle. So I can kind of see the swivel becoming a problem. Yes, indeed. Still working on the garbage truck. I'm still quite enjoying myself. I really do like doing creative mode builds from time to time. And I think I especially like doing creative mode builds that... poop. That's what I was trying to avoid doing. That have no application to survival. Other than maybe a few of the little piston and rotor trickery things that you figure out. Because this is something that I would just not build in survival. Whereas if it's something that I would build in survival, I prefer to just build it in survival. And there we go. That one. Okay, we have a new bin lift arm. That looks to be grabbing... Yeah, that'll be grabbing around the middle of the bin, which is ideal. Because the point that it'll grab at is with this. Actually, is that one on? Oh, they're both on. Okay, I'll turn this one off. The point that it will be grabbing at... Let's try this again. Be at about that angle. And that does put it at about mid-height. The other nice thing about this is I might actually have easier controls with these two positions being controlled by separate hinges. Because now I can just set this to have an upper limit of 40 degrees or something. Go 45. 45 might be a bit too high. No, it's probably about right, because the bin lid's heavier. So it's around center of mass. And then similarly, this wood should be at 45. Minus 45 though. Yeah. So you can imagine that grabbing hold of the bin at that height. And then that's when this gets activated. Because this is a separate motor, so this one can then flip the whole thing over. Oops. Went too far. So that brings it up. And over. Yes. Yes! But it should only probably move it to about there. So I can move it just a bit past. So if I set this to minus 50. Oops, not minus 50. Plus 50. So I'll just stop the bin about there. Oh, this is going to be great. This system works better. Genuinely better. Okay, I want to grab a bin and manually tip it now and make sure it does actually work. Now you've got that. I can just hit reverse. Whoops. No, not the rotor. Hinge. Your limits should probably be minus 45. Your upper limit should be 20. And we might need some shared inertia tensor on some of these things to reduce some of the jiggle. Alright, I'm going to put a couple of buttons on this so that we don't have to use build vision for everything. Because I want to be a bit quicker than how build vision gets to reverse. So that is hinge 2. Grabber. Top hinge. Top. Reverse. So that's just going to do that bit. Perfect. Would love a current positioned button for the limits. Yeah. Yeah, Gruz, that would be awesome. That would be very useful. Grabber, bottom hinge. Reverse. Help if it adds some velocity. And then let's shove a bin in there. Once I move this arm a bit out of the way. What Groz means is, like, you grab the hinge or rotor, and then either in the control panel or in build vision, it's just it then goes to set limits to current angle, so it just basically holds it in place with the limits rather than with other things. I'm pretty sure I'm understanding what Groz is suggesting correctly. Okay, that's too much. Too much talk! Okay, let's see what happens. Ooh, it might not have enough friction. It may not have enough friction. I think we might have to use landing gear. I set the torque on both sides of the grabber? No, I didn't. The grabber needs some things done to make it better. Its controlling system right now is not good. Oh, missed. Oh, need to open this up even more. It's not letting me do the thing. I need enough torque that the grabbing is done fairly strongly, but not so much that it starts clanging out. That's a tricky balance to find. Okay, that's a bit better. Velocity, let's move this into place. I'll get this one gently touching on this side and then I'll get them both pushing against each other. Like so. And now all these wheels need to have their friction maxed. No, they said it's 75%. Should be maybe enough. A little bit of slip is probably not bad. Ugh, let's max it. Maximum wheel. Friction 100. Alright. Can you lift? Yes. Yes, you can. Let's add some heavy blocks to this. As we are probably going to need some engine mass for the truck. Oh, looks like it's almost going to drop the bin when it reaches that point. Now let's try it at speed. Here goes. Really not bad. That is really not bad. And yes, I will shove some stuff in the bin now. Okay, grab the bin lid and close it. Alright, here goes. Oh! Yes! That's great! This is what I was hoping for. This is pretty much what I was hoping to achieve today as well. Oh, man. This is so good. So this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about what do I hope for the game they're making in VRage 3 that we all assume is Space Engineers 2, and looking at the teasers, it's got to be that, right? This is what I want. I want a game that lets me do physics shenanigans in a believable way that doesn't break all the time. That's it. but also I want them to add systems, whenever they add systems, that are moddable. Because playing the economy stuff right now, I really wish they'd made it moddable. Speaking of, there was some mention earlier of a link to like a suggestion post of that. Has that been done? Or shared, and I missed it? Because if there is another one, I will happily do so and try and encourage that to happen. Because I like, yeah. But this is what I want. I want to be able to do this. There's no other game that lets me do this stuff with this degree of accuracy. As I mentioned Gmod before, it doesn't do it as well. So what I was thinking would happen with the arm is the pistons come back while it's got the hold of the bin, and then this goes up. And then we have the carriage point there. The bin jostles around a bit at the top, which is perfect. And then we can lower it back down. Pushes it back out. And it lets go. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. This is so cool. I'm so happy. I was not I didn't think it looked this good. Back in the day, I thought Scrap Mechanic might be able to do this kind of thing. Yeah. I kind of thought you'd be able to do this with Scrap Mechanic, but with Scrap Mechanic you don't have damage modeling that's interesting. And I mean, there are games like Archean is the potential to have this sort of mechanisms, but again, it doesn't have the damage modeling. So I really hope Keen haven't messed with the damage modeling of grids with going to the 25 centimeter cubes. Because if we don't have the damage, it's just not going to be as special. Why are there two bodies just lying there? They were the Capacs that were in the bin. We can clean them up. We can put more in. Oh, there was something I realized the other day that I now know how to do, which I didn't at the time. So if I want to have like a blueprint where I can drop a whole bunch of plushies at once, I have a way to do it now. Because of Aragath teaching me a thing that I didn't know about. So if I go mag plates like that, then we need another one that's the same size. Get rid of the mag plates. And then we go and grab plushie. And then we copy this, put it upside down. And just move just out of range so it can be aligned pretty well. This may not capture all of them, but if it's enough, because then we can remove this. I think most of them are caught. Then I can do Control, Alt, C, and if I open up this bin, this is a lot of steps, but trust me, it saves a lot of time. Then you can do this. Because when you paste this in, those little guys are going to detach when you delete that grid. And it is much easier than other methods. Oops, where'd that go? Oops, oh, that's right, I've got to copy the next one again. Oh, I'm planning on throwing these in the bin and seeing what happens. Control, Alt, C. Because Control, Alt, C gets anything but attached by landing gear as well. they're not upside down. Have a look. When you drop them, they're right way up. I can probably just drop a couple of these in. And then we can go get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. I don't have my... A couple of mods were made for me that make the plushies round. I don't have any of them active in this save, annoyingly. So they're just a bit weird. There we go. It's a really easy way to get lots of the same block. I was thinking about this when I watched... For some unknown reason, I clicked on my own stream of, like, the Space Engineers marbles that I did a few years back. I think I was listening to the microphones or something and I got preoccupied doing that. Okay, here goes. That's a lot of grids to clean up. I should have thought that through. Thanks, Shady Dave. Yes, Mr. Andrew K, this is intended to be a garbage truck. That is the entire intent of it. Well, I'm going to wrap things up here for today, I think, because that feels like success to me. Throwing several hundred plushies out of a bin. 7-year-old next to me says you need more. I mean, when I've finished the truck, yeah, 100%. Need lots of them. And need to have multiple bins that you collect that then makes a full video. But this is a lot of steps in the right direction towards making this work. I've got a chassis that's the right scale. I've got the arm that can do all the things it needs to do with a bin that's got objects in it that are moderately heavy. So now it's setting up the controls and then designing the actual truck body so that it looks right. As well as having the back end tilt up and all that sort of stuff, which is much simpler than the rest of this. But yeah, that was really fun. I will probably try and find some time in the next week to do a bit more of this. Next week in this time slot, I don't know what'll happen. It depends what the announcement is next week on Wednesday, but it'll probably be Stationeers again. And I will be back on Sunday with some more Conan with Shadow. And then on Monday back on YouTube with some more Wrong Way Out with Wasted, Capac, and TFE. And hopefully I've done my outro long enough that Wasted has had time to go live so we can go and raid him. If he's going live today. Is Wasted going live today? Wasted, you're in chat. Can you answer the question? Oh man, this is... Nope, lol, not even close. Appreciate it though. Glad you enjoyed it, Sarian. But yeah, I will go find someone to raid, but I will see you guys later. Have a good one. Bye. Ooh, what's this bigger back screen? Does that work?